Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
The American College of Emergency Physicians recently announced that WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center's emergency department has once again achieved the Bronze Standard Level 3 Geriatric Emergency Department accreditation. This program recognizes emergency departments that provide excellent care for older adults and have geriatric appropriate equipment and supplies available. Berkeley Medical Center's emergency department is one of 2 geriatric accredited emergency departments in West Virginia. WVU Medicine, leading healthcare here and everywhere.
It's time to dive into the excitement of West Virginia high school swimming. We'll bring you all the action of Region 2 Championship meet featuring the Martinsburg Bulldogs, the Jefferson Cougars, the Washington Patriots, the Musselman Applemen, the Spring Mills Cardinals, the Hampshire Trojans, the East Fairmont Bees, the Fairmont Senior Polar Bears, the North Marion Huskies, and the Hedgesville Eagles. Now let's send it to the Wellness Center on the campus of Shepherd University for the action.
Good morning as we are live from the campus of Shepherd University inside the Wellness Center for this morning's start of the West Virginia High School Region 2 Swimming Championships. I'm Colin McLaughlin for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Alongside me from TV10 is Nick Verzolini, and we're also currently joined by James Miller again this year. James, thank you so much for joining us as you are assistant coach of Musselman as well as the runner of WVSwim.co. I have that correct this year, correct?
No, it's
SwimWV.co.
There you go. Now you got it.
Now
you got it.
But thank you again for joining us as we get ready for the start at 11 a.m.
No problem. I'm glad to be here. This was like waking up on Christmas morning. Instead of Santa Claus, it's a regional swim meet. So,
as we weren't sure if we were going to be doing this because originally it was scheduled to be at Fairmont Senior this year, but a few weeks ago it was switched back here to Shepherd University, so we will get ready and have the Region 2 Championship. So again, for those that are tuning in, just let's go with a rundown of all the high schools participating today.
Sure. Like I said, there's 3 schools. Yesterday on the radio I forgot that North Marion's actually in the Fairmont area. So you have North Marion, Fairmont Senior, and East Fairmont. Then you have Hampshire High School, and then you have the 6 EPAC teams, Spring Mills, Martinsburg, Washington, Jefferson, Hedgesville, and Musselman. So there's 10 teams here. This is one region out of 4. And so how it works today is you'll see some relays. The top 2 relays, time-wise, will qualify for the state tournament. And then the top 3 individuals will also qualify for the state tournament automatically. And then there are 6 wild cards for relays, and then there are 8 wild card relays, and then there are 12 individual wild cards.
It looks like we are starting off with event number 1 of 22 today, and it is the girls 200-yard medley relay in Heat 1. In Lane 3, it is North Marion. In Lane 4, it's East Fairmont. Lane 5, it's Musselman. And Lane 6 is Hedgesville.
And here's the important one. You look at this one, and you want to kind of win the beginning heat because every point matters in regionals. So that's why it's good. And it looks like Musselman is in the lead. Musselman and East Fairmont are seated neck to neck. So it should be a pretty close race between both East Fairmont and Musselman here today.
Looks like the region best time is 1:56.5 seconds, set back in 2019 by Fairmont Senior High School, as the second set of the 4 are now into the pool, as that's Lainey Richards for North Marion. The first one was McKaylee Schreier. For East Fairmont, it's now Brooklyn Haddocks in after Madeline Satterfield. For Musselman, it is Marissa Casto, and Amanda Huggins was the first leg. And then for Hedgesville, it's now Alyssa Dolores, and it was Rendijo Wolford. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the first name there.
And so far, so good. Look at the looks like Musselman has a nice, good body length lead. Again, Regionals, especially in this particular heat, you never know because you get kind of slighted that you didn't get into the fast heat. So you're like, I'm going to take it out on here and get a faster time. Also, one of my favorite things is tech suit time. So you'll see a lot of tech suits here today. But look at the just look at the race for second here.
Musselman still in the lead right now as Brianna Shirk hits the wall, and the last one, Michaela Tyson, the junior, jumps in. We have a second place going on in between. It looks like it should be North Marion and East Fairmont.
James, what are some keys when you're, I guess, transitioning from one member of the relay to the next?
Well, you want to make sure, the very first thing you want to make sure is you don't DQ. And you DQ right off the block. So you want to make sure that as soon as that last person touches before you touch. The second thing you want to do is you kind of want to know kind of who you're racing. So swimming is all about the numbers and the time. So you want to know, okay, backstroke, I need to get a full body length lead. Because it's not like freestyle where you pick your 4 fastest freestyle people. There are some events that are stronger. So you might have a strong backstroker and maybe a weak breaststroker. So you want to make sure that you know like what the other team's stuff is, so that way you can push yourself more. Because very rarely will you have a relay team that has the same strengths and weaknesses. So that's what makes the medley relay one of my favorite events to watch.
So it looks like Musselman finished in first with a time of 2:28.52 seconds. In second was East Fairmont with a time of 2 minutes 41 1/4 seconds. In third was North Marion with a time of 2:52.55 seconds. And now it's Hedgesville in fourth with a time of 3 minutes 22 seconds, .84 for that one, as well as now heat number 2 of the girls' 200-yard medley relay will get into positions.
And this one's going to be a close one. And so in addition to the third thing that you want to look for in the medley relay is you need to have just like your closer in baseball, you need to have that freestyle leg just ready to go and just ready to race it out. And I think that's what you're going to see in this one here today.
So in heat 2 and lane 2, it's Hedgesville. Lane 3 is Washington. Lane 4 is Fairmont Senior. Lane 5, Spring Mills. Lane 6 is Martinsburg. And lane 7 is Jefferson.
And right now, Washington in this particular relay is swimming for a wild card, so they're trying to get a good time. But look how close the backstroke legs are. It's all going to be about the arm stroke speed. Look at lane 5, Cassidy Driver. She's usually a breaststroker, but she's on that. Look at that reach there. You want to make sure you have nice, good reach and rotation, and that's kind of what's going to separate you in the backstroke. And still pretty close. And then whenever you do the breaststroke, you want to keep a nice straight line. You don't want your head to move up. You want to, because breaststroke is pretty inefficient. So Emily Perrott from Spring Mills, she's still keeping up. But look at Washington, Samantha Williams. She's seated first in the breaststroke here today. So she's trying to make up some ground.
Looks like it's Spring Mills in the lead. Second right now creeping up is Washington.
And the last time that Spring Mills and Washington raced each other at the EPAC Championships, the Spring Mills relays got DQ'd for false starts. So they're trying to take that aggression out here in the times as they swim today.
And in third place is Fairmont Senior.
In butterfly, it's also about the turn. You want to take about as few strokes as possible. You want to take about 8 strokes. And Spring Mills, they've
final leg of Spring Mills in the pool now.
And this is deceiving as a coach too, because you see that you have this much distance, but the freestyle leg can make up this distance so watch out to see if Fairmont Senior can make up the distance here. And again, you also want to drop time, because Spring Mills came into this event seated 11th, and they dropped 4 seconds. And so they're really excited. They're the first one to punch a ticket today in Washington at that 2:05.74. If nothing else changes, they would move up to 10th in the state right there. But that's what you're looking for. You're looking for some drop time. And it looks like Fairmont Senior at 2:12.88. They are going to be praying. They're going to be one of those people that at the tonight, whenever I put out who makes to the States, that 2:12.88 is right on that line between 18th and 19th. You want to be 18. You don't want to see a 19, because if you see a 19, that means you're not going to States. So, but good race by those ladies today.
Yep. First place was Spring Mills. Second place was Washington. And third, Fairmont Senior. Fourth, Hedgesville. Fifth, Jefferson. And sixth, Martinsburg. As now we will switch over to event number 2, the boys 200-yard medley relay. Best time in regionals set back in 2001 with a time of 1:45.96 seconds by Fairmont Senior High School.
What I find amazing about that is usually the times have gotten faster. I mean, that record's still held on from 2001, back when Fairmont Senior won 10 straight boys state championships. So it's amazing that record still holds. But I will be joining you. I'm hoping that my medley relay will win today, so you'll see me here right after the medley relays.
All right, as James will now swap out, and we'll have John Reisenweber quickly join in as heat number 1 in lane 3 is North Marion High School, lane 4 Fairmont Senior, and lane 5 is Spring Mills for this boys 200-yard medley relay. Right now in first place, it looks like, is Fairmont Senior. Right behind them, very closely, Spring Mills. It looks like Spring Mills might take the lead here around the turn at the wall, as they're neck and neck, and North Marion behind in third. Spring Mills now takes the lead.
Both Fairmont and Spring Mills will have an opportunity to place. The second heat is actually pretty tight. And if you look at their seed times, they could have an opportunity to break in.
Looking at the seed times of Heat 2 with Musselman, Jefferson, and Washington all separated by only a second.
And Hedgesville
still really close.
That's right.
2-3 second difference between them, so they could shed some time off and potentially surprise us in Heat 2. But right now in Heat 1, it is Fairmont Senior that is retook the lead against Spring Mills as the third leg.
They could have put that.
Excuse me, the fourth leg into the pool now.
They could have put that both of those, all of those teams in one heat if they had wanted to. I'm not sure why they didn't do that. Certainly have enough lanes.
Tyler Veltri, the sophomore, in the lead right now in the final leg of this 200-yard medley relay for Fairmont Senior, but Spring Mills getting close. It's Philip Coffey trying to get to the wall first, but it is Fairmont Senior finishing first. Spring Mills in second, as second only split those two. It was Fairmont Senior in first with a time of 1:57.81 seconds. Spring Mills in second with a time of 1:58.94 seconds, and North Marion now in third with a time of 2:12.55 seconds. So that is Heat 1 of the boys 200-yard medley relay.
Philip Coffey was closing there. He was trying. He's definitely been dropping time most of the year. Is definitely getting faster as the season has progressed. He's got a good opportunity in the 50 free too. He's in that fastest heat.
So now we'll get ready to start heat number 2, as North Marion actually finished with a time of 2:41.26 seconds. So in heat 2, in lane 3 is Musselman, lane 4 is Jefferson, lane 5 is Washington, and lane 6 is Hedgesville, as the boys get into the pool for each. In Musselman, it's Logan Stewart, Jefferson's Chris Robbins, Washington's Spencer Lefebvre, and for Hedgesville, it's Dean Strickler. Starts with a backstroke. And as you mentioned, John, these teams only separated by a few seconds of one another for their best times this year.
Yeah, two of those teams, the two teams from the last heat, actually are faster than one of the seeds in the second heat. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Right now it's Musselman in the lead, to the approval of James Miller, who quickly ran down there to watch this, as now into the pool for Musselman is Christian Cox. For Jefferson, Augustin Hall. For Washington, Eshawn Hattie, and for Hedgesville, it's Joseph Burton.
Eshawn's been swimming well this year. For Washington, it's
Washington now in the lead.
Yeah, he looks good in the water there.
It's Washington, Musselman, Jefferson right now. It's now into the pool for Washington is Williams Miles. For Musselman, it's Daniel Sandlin. For Jefferson, it's Matt Fatchgraff. And for Hedgesville, it will be Carter Neff.
You got some good anchors in this race today with Sawyer Wright out of Musselman and Justin Gottlieb.
Washington in the lead as the anchor leg dives in for Washington. It's Ethan Powers. For Musselman, it's Sawyer Wright. Jefferson, Justin Gottlieb.
Let's watch this. Let's watch Sawyer. He's built like his sister, who's playing volleyball at Kent State. That turn, he may get him. He's going to beat him.
At Musselman,
he's going to
took
pull
the
it out.
lead over Washington.
Yeah.
As James
That's
Miller
excellent.
fist bumps, Musselman gets the win with a time of a minute 54.86 seconds. Washington in second, a minute 55.54. Jefferson in third with a time of a minute 58.99.
Yeah, keep an eye on Sawyer today. I think he's going to have a good day. And that turn, if he'd have been a little more efficient on that, he'd have caught him even quicker. So I think he's going to have a good day today.
Exactly a 2-second difference between the best time that Musselman previously had in minute 56.85 today, minute 54.86. So 2 seconds off.
That's huge. Yeah,
huge.
That is
you
huge.
just said so. Now we'll switch over to event number 3, which is the girls 200-yard freestyle. Heat 1 of 4. In lane 1, it is Kate Watson of Washington. Lane 2, Amethyst Duke of Washington. Lane 3 is Claire Coleman of Musselman. Lane 4 is Grace Broy of Musselman. Lane 5, Josie Dillo of Hedgesville. Lane 6 is Veronica Packwood of Hedgesville. Lane 7 is Cheyenne Miller of Martinsburg.
The 200 free is it's not really a sprint, but it's you really have to manage your energy expenditure throughout the 8 laps. The tendency is to go out a little bit too fast, and then it's hard to maintain that pace if you're not careful.
Best time in regional set back in 2018, a time of 1 minute 57.94 seconds, set by Adriana Abruzino.
Yeah, Adriana is quite a swimmer. And her sister, I believe, is also Mia. I think it's Mia Abruzino. And she's quite good as well.
Looks like the 2 Washington Patriots right now in first and second to the closest of us in lanes 1 and 2, and 2 freshmen of Kate Watson and Amy Theist Duke.
Got several freshmen in here, so they'll continue to improve if they stick with it. It's good to see more kids getting involved in swimming here in the Eastern Panhandle. For the folks watching at home, you have all of the high schools share this facility here in Shepherd, which is an absolutely beautiful facility, but it does limit the amount of time that the teams can get access to the pool. Obviously, Shepherd has to tend to their use of it as well.
Yep, we were joined by James yesterday on the Sports Mix, and he was mentioning that, and he said because of the 6 teams sharing the pool, they typically, I believe, get only 3 hours a weekend of practice out of a 6-day span.
That's right. It's really tough. In fact, with the growth, population growth in the Eastern Panhandle, we definitely need another aquatic facility. With 4 high schools in Berkeley County and 2 in Jefferson, There's just not enough pool time. And you look at when we get to the state meet next week, you'll see the teams that are faster and more competitive have indoor swimming facilities in their communities.
Duke finishes in first with a time of 3:02.22. Watson in second with a time of 3:05.77. And in third was Dillo.
It's definitely hard to get better if you can't swim.
That's right.
And there's only so many places you can practice.
That's right.
Fourth was Coleman. Fifth was Packwood. Sixth was Broy. And seventh was Miller in heat number 1 of the girls 200-yard freestyle. We'll now switch over and get ready for heat number 2. In lane 1 is Ella Hutzler of Spring Mills. Lane 2, Danica Rigby of Musselman. Lane 3 is Paige Voigt of Hedgesville. Lane 4, Jillian Dillo of Jefferson. Lane 5, Desiree Haynes of Hedgesville. Lane 6, Kiera Ostrowski of Washington. Lane 7, Alexa Weller of Musselman. And Lane 8, Kate Colbert of Jefferson. We wait for the starting horn and making sure that the final numbers of heat 1 are sent through before we start heat number 2.
Had some pretty good races so far. But I'm not sure what the delay is. Maybe
I
just
think
get
they
it
were
out
just
of
trying to
the way.
finalize who
Gotcha.
finished with what time in heat 1, as heat 1 will now head to the far side of the pool and out.
Yeah, waiting on the blocks because you're always excited to jump into the pool, and it definitely if you get slowed down, it's a little frustrating for the swimmers because they're raring to go.
As long as we don't have the delay we had last year.
Yeah, right.
I remember that. I can't remember what team it was, but do you remember that?
I think it might have been.
It
That's
was
my
somebody
recollection.
that was missing during a relay
Yeah,
and
yeah.
wanted to join late, so they were trying to go over the rules, and it was a pretty lengthy debate.
You see Nick
But
Lugo.
it did allow for a nice lunch break.
Yeah, right. You see Nick Lugo getting loosened up down here on the deck, and I got to talk about him a little bit. He's a junior, and he is just incredible. He continues to drop time. He's heavily favored in the boys 200-yard free, and he's gonna sweep his races today.
And I remember hearing during sectionals before you raced 2 days before that, he actually was in a car accident.
Yeah, that's right. Thankfully, wasn't injured.
Yeah, the fact that
He's a great kid too. He's very he's well mannered. He's just got a good way about him. He's a great kid.
those
He
that
works
can see
hard.
him stretching out right
Yeah,
at the bottom of the
he's
camera view currently in the white cap with the white beats.
Yeah, he's got his Michael Phelps headphones on, getting ready, getting in his space there.
Looks like we're having the officials right now talking amongst one another. Not sure what the delay currently is, but maybe when
Could be just about anything.
James comes back, we'll get word as maybe something that we missed during the last heat.
I didn't see any of the officials raise their hand that would maybe indicate some sort of
James, take my mic
penalty
here
or
if he wants
anything.
to chime in.
Alrighty.
Yeah, or
John, you can.
I
stay on
actually
if you
my
want,
daughter's
or-
in this event, so
yeah,
I'm
we'll
gonna shed the headphones here
sounds
because
good.
I may get a little loud and I don't want to interrupt that.
All right, I'm
Welcome
back.
back, James, and saw you happy down there. last
For
time
about a
around.
split second until that got DQ'd. But
Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
yeah, it was at the back.
Ah.
You try to play dumb, but they absolutely made the right call. I don't want to say that. to
Well,
my
you
swimmers.
just did.
But I did. I told my swimmers that too. I
And
said
it's on the record.
It's absolutely on the record. No, they swam a great race. They got a 154. They swam the best time they ever did. Just the backstroker flinched a little bit, just trying to get a good start in. And hey, look, some years I benefit greatly. Musselman. So Musselman 200 medley relay, which is fine. You know, it pains that even the officials are pained to do it, but you.
Do you know what's currently going on after this first heat of the girls 200-yard freestyle?
Not
potentially?
a clue. Not a clue. I wasn't done. I was trying to cheer up my swimmers. They're not very happy, as any competitor wouldn't be happy if you got a DQ on that, because you worked so hard. I've been on both sides of this. So you work so hard for the whole state. You work so hard all year to get the best time you get it. You get your best time, but you make a silly little mistake and it goes over. I don't know what they're contesting. It could. I truly have no idea.
I'm sure if maybe it had to do with your
no,
but that would be like several races later. So
yeah, this one. Let me see. Let me see what's happening down there. But it looks like so they're calling the meet director in. So I don't know what this is about. I do know later on, and I don't know why it's here, but I know later on you'll see Nick Lugo in the 200-yard freestyle with a no time in that heat. And that's that has to do with a time that from what I'm hearing from coaches, I think it was a time that was contested. Because whenever you enter a time at regionals, it has to be a time that you swam for the high school.
Okay.
And I think there's a contested that he did not swim the 200-yard freestyle, which is fine if you entered it as a no time, but they entered it as a time. And you're supposed to verify the times. And so I don't know if that's what this is about or if this is about something else. Or I have no idea, or if there's a faulty speaker, but I don't know why it would be here. But for me, it's when the meet director is here, there's something different. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You know, this is when you need like the CBS live broadcast. You know, you need Pam Oliver here.
I was about to say, maybe next year, if it's back at Shepherd next year, have somebody down there reporting for us.
Yeah, so I said you got the Pam Oliver down there.
What do you think of that, Nick?
Well, I thought about that yesterday, but we just didn't have enough people that were available to work today. So it kind of came down to that as being what led to that not really being a possibility, because we do certainly have the equipment to do something
That's
like
true.
that.
Just get the wireless mic down there, have you in the swim trunks and
Oh.
diving into the pool reporting.
That's right.
Get some natural sound, maybe.
That would be interesting. I don't know if the people would want to see that, but
We could switch to Spencer. He used to swim.
they definitely don't want to see
Oh, that's right. Spencer did use this one. I do remember this.
Shout out to Spencer back at the studio or crew today.
Well, it seems
is
like whatever it was is being resolved.
Braden Schaffner as well as Gerald Wright, our cameraman. Bright and early, working hard as Heat 2 is now underway in this girls 200-yard freestyle. Again, lane 1, Hutzler of Spring Mills. Lane 2, Rigby of Musselman. Lane 3, Voigt of Hedgesville. Lane 4, Dillo of Jefferson. Lane 5 is Hedgesville's Haynes. Lane 6 is Washington's Ostrowski. Lane 7 is Weller of Musselman. And Lane 8 is Colbert of Jefferson.
All right, this one is the not quite sprint, but a sprint. So you want good reach. You want to you want to kick the whole entire time, but the real key to this one is making sure right about the third 50. That's when you start feeling it, and you also want good turns. So I'm seeing if I'm a coach just looking across the pool, I saw very close to the wall. All their turns were very narrow to the wall. You want to be able to, almost like an airplane landing, you want to go into the wall, you want to descend, and then you flip. And so you want to make sure that your flip starts like halfway between the tee and the wall. And that'll get you a big distance off your turn, which is what you're trying to do. But that's maybe what separates maybe some of these swimmers from the lanes that you'll see further on. But it looks like Jillian Dillo is off to a good start. And usually you can look, and now she's starting to get tired, as you just saw that big hopping breath right before she does the turn. That's just a surefire sign that you get fatigued. A lot of newer swimmers would swim the 200 freestyle because you only have so many 50 freestyle spots or 100 freestyle spots to have. But look at right beside Dillo in lane 4, Paige Elliott. Looks like she's coming on strong. She's got a nice kick. Because you want to see a nice kick right here on the starting on the third 50 or the second 50. Like you see the little splash in the water over there. You can also see it in lane 1 as well. You want it to be a narrow kick, and you want to come from the full leg. So
I also want to make a quick correction here. Voight's actually Hampshire, not Hedgesville.
My bad.
The H and thinking Hedgesville, completely forgetting that you mentioned earlier that Hampshire is also here. So I got to get used to Hampshire in this region, so my apologies there to Voight as well as Haynes, it looks like, both of Hampshire.
And it was Voight, and so you got me confused because I was saying
my apologies.
That's all right. And here it comes, and so again, she's still getting a good kick. Now, the flip side is you also want to make sure that your arm speed is just as such. So that's what Dillo is doing in lane 4. That was able to propel her is that her arm speed was there, but
she had 6 seconds off her time.
Coach
2:51.93, and it was listed at 2:57.89. So
the coach will be very excited for that. Looks like we've got a lot of good.
Dillo
look at this
first.
race at the end here, and
Haynes in second. Coming in third was Hutzler. Fourth, it looks like, was Weller, followed by Colbert in fifth. In sixth, we had Rigby. Seventh was Ostrowski. And then eighth was Voigt.
All right, let's see.
So you write that down. I'll go over heat number 3 here of the girls' 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1 is McKinnon of Martinsburg. Lane 2, Ogden of Jefferson. Lane 3, Segrist of Spring Mills. Lane 4, Elliott of Hedgesville. Lane 5, Odom of Hampshire. Lane 6 is Clemens of Spring Mills. Lane 7 is Jaya Sondera of Spring Mills. And lane 8 is Gamber of Hampshire.
And in that just previous heat, there was 31 seconds, minus the one swimmer that gained some time. 31 seconds dropped by 7 of those swimmers. So that's a pretty good. That's all you can do as a swimmer is drop time. It looks like Anna Segrist is getting a nice lead, separating from the pack. Again, this is also for the points. Spring Mills is trying to win the regional title this year. It's going to be a little. I mean, they projected to be 60 points behind Fairmont Senior, but they already made up some of those points in the 200 medley relay. But anytime you're going for a regional title, each of your swimmers are trying to go more. Because look she's a 2 body length away. That either means one of two things: as a coach, you're really excited, or you didn't push yourself all season. But most of the time, it's just you're really excited to get your time. Plus, I think Anna Segrist is a senior, so you will also find in swim meets that the seniors usually, it's their last meet. They're like, I want to make sure I swim really fast. But look at this race for second.
Yeah, all neck and neck.
Yeah, it's like synchronized swimming.
Lanes 4, 5, 6. Lane 2, not too far behind.
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended there.
And what Anna Segrist is trying to do, she's trying to beat a lot of those people in the next heat, which is the championship heat, which is the point scoring heat. So I don't even know if the coach was really expecting this kind of drop, because Anna Segrist came in as a 2:42.36. Sometimes this also happens, you swim a meet in November, and this is the time you got, and 2 months in, here we are. And look, and those 3 swimmers just there, as a coach, I'd be, they breathe right after the turn. They're doing really good. They're getting good reach. Their body position's really good, but breathe after the turn. But here comes Anna Segrist, who, let's see, will probably finish in the mid 220s here. Or the high 220s, and so that's probably going to be good enough to finish in 6th place if the times were to stay stationary. So
Segrist finishes with a time of 2:27.77.
And here we go. Here's that race for second. Who's got the guts at the end? Look at it.
All 3 neck and neck.
It looks like it's going to be Odom.
Yep, Odom in second, and third was Elliott. Clemens in fourth.
Let's see.
And then fifth was Ogden. And sixth was McKinnon. And seventh was Gamber. So we now have Heat 4 of the girls' 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1, Clevenger of Fairmont Senior. Lane 2, Street of Fairmont Senior. Lane 3, Wallace of Washington. Lane 4, Reisenweber of Martinsburg. Lane 5, Waldron of East Fairmont. Lane 6, Burkle of Fairmont Senior. Lane 7, Alter of Martinsburg. And Lane 8 is Neff of Hedgesville.
And look at the good lead that Reisenweber's getting. And what you're looking for, like I said before, you're looking for the good turns. Look at. She was exactly like I said before, halfway between the tee and the wall. Look at where her arm enters the water and where it is. It ends up right beside her head. That means her body is in a good streamlined position. She doesn't lift her head. The two people in second place, if you looked really closely, they lifted their head slightly on the turn. That's what you try to avoid. And that's what's keeping them. That's what kept them from getting that distance. Because part of the thing with the turn, and look at how powerful Lily Reisenweber's turn is, and look at the kicking right after the turn. The turn is what wins you races, and it wins you races because it is what will propel your arm speed. So if you don't get a powerful flip, so look at how fast that flip is. Look at that, she's still butterflying. Look at the second person. They didn't quite get that, and that's where the separation happens. If you were to take the turns out, both the first and the second place swimmer, they would probably be closer than what this race is. But look, boom.
Yeah, it's Reisenweber in first, and now Waldron at the wall in second.
Mm-hmm. Now, as I said that, she got tired. So her first couple turns were her first couple turns. So that's going to be something that the coach will probably look at and say, hey, we need to make sure that you're consistent, because you could see she got a little tired there because. The things I was saying she was doing really good, she started to slow down a little bit. So, and now you can see that that's how Waldron is starting to make a catch up. So, and that happens when you're like a sprinter. So if you are a 50 or 100 sprinter, that kind of happens there.
Reisenweber still finishes in first with a time of 2:04.01. So, almost 3-second difference in her best time, as in second was Waldron. Third was Burkle. And
Wallace at that 2:16.93. That should be enough to get them to get her to skates.
Wallace was in fourth, fifth. Alter sixth. Clevenger.
And the Alter, she currently, and she sits at that dreaded number 25.
Street was seventh, and eighth was Neff.
So she is going to be one of those that is going to be hoping that someone above her got slightly slower, because she's sitting at the 25th seed. But it looks like the fourth seed, Kaylin Wallace, might be okay. She would be 18th if the meet was today.
Now, John Reisenweber jumps on the headset. All right, I saw you trying to coach in your head a little bit there. What were you saying in your mind there with Lily racing?
Well, her splits were good. I was pleased to see her get under a minute in the first 100. She had that last turn was you could tell she was starting to
I promise we didn't
lose some of her gusto, but she swam well. That's a great swim for her. Proud papa here. I don't want to brag on my own kid too much.
And we did not.
This was your chance. So now you missed it. Nope, the window's now gone.
And we also didn't rehearse it. I was just talking about how she got tired on her last turn. We did not rehearse this. He was not even near me. And this is like I was saying before. The reason why you see Nick Lugo in this heat, it's all about the qualifying time. So he had to be entered as a no time. And
okay, so even though he's listed in 3, he's now
he's now in here
in the first heat.
And this is one of those when we were talking on the radio. This is one of those records that might be broken. And what would be really awkward is the Washington coach. That is his record, Keegan Simmons. Keegan Simmons is coaching Washington this year, so he might be breaking Keegan's record. Not that he will remember, not that he probably watched. And I'm not even sure what you're supposed to say if you break a coach's record that's on the.
I don't know, but it's Nick Lugo there in lane 7, correct?
That's correct.
And then in lane 2 is Imihan Keyson of Martinsburg, and remember him from football because he's also the foreign exchange student from Germany.
That's right.
So, lane 3, Jack Burton. Lane 4, Harper Brumall. Lane 5 is Gage Willis, and lane 6 is Maurice Charles. John?
Coach, where did that 1:45 time come from then that's in the where Lucas would have or Lugo would have been seated first?
Allegedly, allegedly, that's what all the coaches were talking about. It came from a club meet time.
Okay.
And that's a thing in swimming. Club meet has to be completely separate from a high school meet.
It was a club meet. Okay. 1:45.49.
Which is the record, and I don't see.
He beat it. Yeah.
He did. He beat it, and I don't think he knows he beat it, and I don't think he knows whose record it is.
That's great.
But look at. I don't think Keegan is noticing. I will. Whenever I go down there, maybe I'll tell him. Which I am heading down there because I have a swimmer in the Heat 3. Hopefully it'll be a better time this time than the last time that I went down there.
It was only about 3/10 off of the seed time, so it's clearly legit. And he's also swimming in a race where he doesn't have anybody pushing him.
Sure.
So that's a good performance for him.
Absolutely.
And a nice record breaker.
Absolutely.
On top of it.
All right. I will see you guys here very shortly.
All righty. So it looks like finishing was Willis with a time of 2:37.97. Apologize there with the audio as we are playing now musical headsets going around. And third was Burton with a time of 2:40.62. Fifth was Keeson with a time of 2:54.41. Brumall had a time of 2:45.27, so he was in fourth. And now Charles finishes with a time of 3:23.87. Now we go to Heat 2 of 3 in this boys 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1 is McCarthy of Musselman. Lane 2, Bradshaw Spring Mills. Lane 3, Henry of Martinsburg. Lane 4 is Quick of Hampshire. Lane 5 is LeBombard of Jefferson. Lane 6, Adams of Martinsburg. Lane 7, Enterline of Jefferson. And Lane 8, Perla Lazo of Washington.
I got to give a shout out to Liam McCarthy. He's a great kid, and just like all the McCarthy kids. And he's in lane 1 today, and that's a little biased on my part. We're friends with the McCarthy family. They're a great group of people. It's good to see. Obviously, I root for Martinsburg, even though I went to Hedgesville, but I'm glad to see some young men getting involved in swimming at Martinsburg High School. You've got Corbin Henry and Jerry Adams. Jerry's a freshman and Corbin's a sophomore, so it's good to see some young boys getting back onto the team, and hopefully the coach will continue to be able to grow that program.
So it looks like currently in first place is LeBombard. Right behind him is Quick and Enterline.
Ryan's got a great last name for a swimmer. Couldn't ask for a better last name as Quick.
That is true.
You want to be quick in the pool
in
for
his
sure.
senior year as well.
Yeah, there you go.
Bombard now. Still in first, about 2 lengths ahead of Quick. Not sure if that's LeBombard's lengths that I'm measuring with or Quick's lengths that I'm measuring with. But or if they're the same height. You never know.
I can't really tell. It does look like Quick might be a little taller. I think Hampshire in Romney, they have a indoor swimming facility which is part of the hospital system there, I believe. It's actually right across from the high school in Romney on Route 50. So they have I don't know if it's a full, competitive pool, 6 or 8 lanes. In fact, I think it's fewer than that, but they do have a place to practice, which is good.
The Bombard finishes in first. Enterline finishes in second. Quick comes in third place. Fourth was Bradshaw. Fifth was Henry. Now, 6th was Adams. 7th was Perla-Lazo. And 8th was McCarthy. So now we go to heat 3 of 3 in this boys 200-yard freestyle. Lane 1 is Schlosser of Spring Mills. Lane 2 is Knoll of Hedgesville. Lane 3 is Villo of Hedgesville.
Brandon Vayu, yeah.
My apology, thank you there.
That's all right.
Lane 5 is Wright. Lane 6 is McPherson. Lane 7 is Neff. And Lane 8 is Dillo.
Keep an eye on Sawyer Wright. As I mentioned before, he's been swimming really well this year. His sister Sadie is on a volleyball scholarship at Kent State and was swimming down in Winchester with my daughter. And Sawyer's got a commanding lead here. Of course, Nick's not in the, Nick Lugo's lane is empty. He's already swum. But he looks good in the water.
Yep, he swam in Heat 1, and Nick Lugo finished with a time of 1:45.49, which broke the regional record of 1:46.45 set back by Keegan Simmons in 2013, who, as James mentioned, is the coach of Washington. So Nick broke their record.
You know what that reminded me of, Colin?
Well, we are at Shepherd, so is that...
Yeah, when Tyson Bajan broke the D2 touchdown passing record against East Strasburg and their coach.
The Bajan family certainly got some good ink in the Martinsburg Journal today, that's for sure.
Yeah, and for those here at Shepherd at 2:30 this
right.
afternoon is the Reese Senior Bowl, in which Tyson Bajan will be participating in.
It sounds like he is being recruited by some of the NFL scouts. My understanding is, yeah, absolutely. He's a great kid too. Very unassuming, hell of an athlete, and I hope he gets drafted. I'd love to see him playing on Sunday.
It's like it's Sawyer Wright, freshman in first, a Musselman right now with a pretty hefty lead.
I think he's going to shave some time. He's going to shave. Wow, he's shaving, what, 4 seconds?
Yes.
That's excellent.
1:58.38 for Sawyer Wright. And second was
Vayu. And he's at, he's a little above his seed time.
Third was McPherson.
Yeah.
Fourth was Knoll. Fifth was Schlosser. Sixth is Neff, just hitting the wall. And then Dillo hits the wall with a time of 2:30.24 at 7th.
That's a good race for Sawyer Wright. I think if Lugo had been next to him, he might even have shaved off a little more time because he'd have been trying to keep up with Nick.
And it looks like they just announced down below, I think, that Nick Lugo did break the regional record, as a round of applause below us as we're up top here in the Wellness Center with a bird's eye view of the pool below, as we now go to event number 5, the girls 200-yard IM. Heat 1 of 2, and lane 1 is Mia Spearing of Jefferson. Lane 2, Kate Zaglifa of Washington. Lane 5, Kirsten Wallace of Washington. And lane 6, Sophia Bonner of Jefferson.
This is a grueling event. 50 meters of each stroke, and the butterfly being first, so you get worn out on that first leg. Butterfly is a tough stroke, and then the backstroke, breaststroke, and then the freestyle. So you have to be a sort of jack of all trades to do well in this event. Typically, most swimmers have a preferred stroke that's their favorite or their fastest. And but in this race, you got to do all 4 of them well.
It's like Zaglifa, Spearing, Wallace, and then Bonner right now.
That's also, I think, why you only see a couple of heats in this event. I think a lot of the swimmers don't like to do all 4 of them. We'll have a good race in the second heat. You got Alexis Ramsey, who I believe is committed to Frostburg to swim. She's a senior.
It's now Wallace in first, about a 2.5, 3 second difference between Wallace and Zaglifa, followed by Spearing and then Bonner.
And it's hard to make up time on the breaststroke, as Coach mentioned. He characterized it as inefficient, and that's true. It's a relaxing stroke, but not the fastest by any means.
Can't remember if we asked this last year, but were you ever a swimmer, John?
I was. I wasn't. When my sister started to beat me, I knew it was time to hang up my goggles. But I swam competitively at. We were running back and forth to Winchester and then later Hagerstown. Of course, I swam in the summers with the Martinsburg Marlins. We had the whole neighborhood over in Meadowbrook was a large portion of the swim team from Martinsburg back in the day. And again, so I'm going to point it out again, the need for another aquatic center in Berkeley County. With 125 to 130,000 people, it's frankly a shame, in my opinion, that we don't have an indoor aquatic center. And there are a lot of folks that have advocated for that for decades and decades, and here we are, 2023, and we've got 6 high schools in the fastest growing area of the state of West Virginia sharing these lanes with Shepherd University. And Shepherd's been very gracious in allowing the high school teams to use it, but they need it for their organization as well.
Wallace finishes in first place in this heat with a time of 3:13.24.
Shaved off almost 10 seconds as a freshman. That's a good swim for her.
Zaglifa in second with a time of 3:19.98. And hitting the wall right at the same time.
Yeah, that's close.
Looks like was Bonner and Spearing. Bonner in third, Spearing in fourth of heat number 1 of 2 in this girls' 200-yard IM. Now heat 2 will start. In lane 1 is Rolfe of Jefferson High. Lane 2, Williams of Washington. Lane 3, Pospislova of Martinsburg. Did I pronounce that right? Do you know, John? I did my best.
Ramsey. I think you did well. Yep. Yeah, you got it.
Lane 4, Ramsey of Fairmont Senior. Lane 5, Driver of Spring Mills. Lane 6 is Drennan of Fairmont Senior. Lane 7, Boyles of East Fairmont. And lane 8 is Casto of Musselman.
Josephina Pospisilova is from the Czech Republic and has really helped improve the Martinsburg swim team for the girls. Their relays got immediately faster when she arrived. Alexis Ramsey is, as I mentioned, I believe she, don't quote me on this, but I think she's committed to Frostburg, and I think Cassidy Driver has as well. So you got 2, I think. I got that right.
That name does sound familiar.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was from last year's swim meet or.
I think both are from last year, yes.
Or just maybe hearing it or seeing something on Twitter about a commitment.
Yeah, and Alexis is the record holder in this. So let's see if she shaves. Let's see if she shaves some time off that record.
Last year when we were here, time at 2:21.49. Her best time this year is 2:22.2.
It's going to be a race. Cassidy's she's a breaststroker. It's her best leg, and she's staying right with her.
Yep, it's two seniors and Driver and Ramsey neck and neck.
And potential team sounds like teammates
like
at
Driver's
Frostburg
just
next
about
year. Yeah, she is. She's ahead.
Half arm length ahead right now.
That's right. So we'll see what happens with the freestyle here, but she's definitely ahead.
Driver in first. Ramsey in a very close second.
Yeah, this is. We'll see what happens on the turn here. They're not looking at each other. They're having to alternate their breathing to see each other, to see where they are, their natural inclination.
At the wall, it's still Driver, looks like, in first just slightly.
Yeah, we got a race here
On Ramsey, but Ramsey starting to kick. Can she catch and pass Driver?
Cassidy's got those long strokes. It's going to might pull it out for. Oh, that's wow.
It's Ramsey.
Wow.
By .11.
Yeah.
In first.
She
so
barely
Alexis
out.
Ramsey gets it. Driver comes in second.
It's a good race.
Third was Pospisilova.
Yeah, she swam a good race too. I'm glad to see that.
Fourth was Drennan. Fifth, Williams. Sixth, Boyles. It's now Casto and Rolfe finishing each other out. That was a good one, James.
It was a good race. In fact, you saw Cassidy
0.11 seconds separated.
Take the lead in the breaststroke leg, which is her strongest suit. But Ramsey pulled it out.
Fortunately for you, it's
barely.
on YouTube. You just have to go back and watch it. As looks like Rolfe finished in 7th. Casto finished in 8th. And now we go to event number 6, the boys 200-yard IM. Only one heat in this one. Lane 1 will be Adam Becker of Hedgesville. Lane 2, Dean Strickler of Hedgesville. Lane 3, Lucas Miller of Spring Mills. Lane 4, Logan Shriver of Jefferson. Lane 5, William Miles of Washington. Lane 6, Russ Stone of Washington. Lane 7, Luke Bender of Spring Mills. And Lane 8, Gavin Lambert of Jefferson.
You want it back, Coach? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank you, John.
Welcome back, James. Unless, John, if you want to take Nick's, it's up to you, unless you need a break. Stick around if you feel like it.
All right. And this one's going to be a good race for second place. Let's see. Let me get my bearings here, but this one, see, look how close we are. Now, you can tell that in lane 4, they're definitely a backstroker normally because he was a good 2.5 seconds behind whenever he started the backstroke leg. So now he's pulling ahead. That would be Logue. Whenever you see the IM, he's the one that's seated first. Whenever you see the IM, he was pretty far back on his butterfly. So now you're going to see that.
That's Shriver in first, right?
Yep, Shriver's in first, and then that turns a little slower than you would like.
Miles in second.
And look at the.
He's going to pull away a little bit there.
He is going to pull away, but I think Miles is going to catch up because look at how he is. His body is in a line. Look at kind of how long it takes. It's almost like Logue takes a little bit of a time to actually do his breaststroke. His kick is a little wide. Look how close we're getting here. But here's the thing. Logue is a 500-yard freestyle swimmer. So, as close as it is here, he's used to being tired and then swimming freestyle right after it. So you're going to see that. And plus, Logue benefits from being a lot taller. So when you're taller, you don't have to have great form.
Well, the endurance that you mentioned from the 500, swimming the 500, you can see now he's stretching it out.
Yeah, so he's so used to so used to 500. He's so used to being, winded. Miles, as you could tell when they're tired because, the kick isn't as consistent. Look at Logue's kick.
Yeah.
Now, as I was a coach, I could almost say that he could probably have pushed himself a little bit more in the previous ones. But Miles gave him a good race because I think Miles came in here at 2:29.
Yep.
And really was right near him as far as he could. And these three are going to qualify for states: Miller, Shriver, and Miles.
Shriver dropped a second off his seed time.
He did. He got that seed time last. I think last week.
Well, that's good. He's consistently dropping time.
Stone in fourth, it looks like.
Yep, Stone is in fourth. And this one's a little bit harder to drop time in. So.
Mm-hmm.
Fifth was Strickler. Sixth was Bender. Seventh was Lambert.
And if you saw me, I was talking to the officials earlier with DQ. Fun fact, back in 2018, when I was coaching Spring Mills, I actually finished third place. And Fairmont Senior was going to win the state tournament that year. within that medley relay. They got DQ'd first, and I benefited. I ended up going to regionals because of that. So this year, we DQ'd, and their relay gets to automatically qualify for regionals. So I was giving them a big hug for that. So you got to make the best of a terrible situation when things like that when things like that happen. But it's good. That's what I think. I don't think you see a football coach go hug. I mean, sometimes you do. You see another coach, whenever they do that, but it doesn't always.
Looks like 2 scratches in this one, as only 2, 3, 4, and 6 are in.
Mm-hmm. And that does happen a little bit at regionals. You just
Catherine Dosey of Washington finishes in first, followed by Juna Lowe in second. Third was Erin McDaniel, and fourth was Emily Gabber, as we are now in the girls' 50-yard freestyle. That was heat 1 of 5.
And they were all freshmen, so they got plenty of time to get really good. And that's a lot of times you fall in love with swimming, and then you go in the summer leagues, and then you get a lot faster. So everyone's got to start somewhere.
You got 3 freshmen in the next heat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Lane 1 is Smith of Hampshire. Lane 2, Soriano Martinsburg. Lane 3, Soriano Martinsburg. Lane 4, Maddens Patcher of Musselman. Lane 5, Satterfield of East Fairmont. Lane 6, Hardin of Hampshire. Lane 7, Gamage of Spring Mills. And Lane 8, Caputer of East Fairmont.
And here we go. We want to on the 50. It's all about really your dive and your turn. You don't have to take very many strokes. And if you do take too many strokes, that's also a problem. But look at that. Usually your feet want to be past where that blue line is off of the 50 at the very least. And also you want to make sure your arm pace. So probably what you'll see as we go on is that their arm pace is probably a slower metronome marking, if you're a music person, like a slower metronome marking than what you'll see later on. But notice all of them are doing like a nice consistent kick, which is something that you would like to see your swimmers do. But that's what you're looking for.
Maddens Patcher in first.
And that's a 2.5 drop.
Followed by Soriano in second. Third was Satterfield. Fourth was Hughes. Unless they already switched the names. Looks like they did on me.
They did. They like to do that really fast on you to make sure you're
that was
paying
damage.
attention.
Boy, they did.
Fifth was Smith.
I'm going to do a quick...
And it's gone. I wasn't fast enough.
Well, it's the 50 free.
It is the 50, and I wasn't fast enough for the 50.
I know. You're not even fast enough to... And so we got Taylor Peterson right now slightly in the lead. Lifted her head up there. That's how Neff is able to keep up. Look, it's going to be a really close touch to the wall. Who's going to do it? And see, you want a nice... Looks like Taylor Peterson's going to get to the wall first.
Peterson, Neff, Quinn is your 1, 2, 3.
Peterson basically swam her seed time.
Yeah, you would
31:40.
Wouldn't be able to do that again, would you?
Fourth was Eccles.
On the nose, yeah.
So we now go to heat 4.
Again,
Lane 1's Gum. Lane 2 is Pizzini. Lane 3's Humphrey. Lane 4 is Latin. Lane 5's Farrell. Lane 6, Rader. Lane 7, Richards. And Lane 8 is Yates.
All upperclassmen, mostly seniors in this race.
Yep, and then this is where you want to see, are they going to make it?
Right.
Are they going to outtouch it? Right after the turn. See, lane 4, they were just right on the wall, so they could have probably distanced themselves a little bit more if they were a little bit further away from the wall. And
everybody neck and neck.
Everybody's neck and neck, but look at lane 2 from Washington. She just came out of nowhere, and you want 29s.
She pulled it.
She got second. They actually say lane 6.
Sarah Rader. Right?
Sarah Rader by an outtouch, and so as your coach, you'd be like,
Rader in first.
That's not even Sarah's
second
sport. She's actually quite a
and
soccer
Latin
player.
was third.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there.
You're good. I was just trying to do my best there to get everybody's names in.
So let's look at those times. So we're looking at a 29:86
and a 29:88.
29:86 and 29:88. So that's basically.
Here we go quickly for fifth and final heat of this one. Fischel in lane 1, Barlow in 2, Shirk in 3, Hamilton in 4, Vass in 5, 6 is Connor, 7th is Armistead, and 8th is Episcopo.
Yep.
Keep an eye on Abby Vass on this.
Yes.
She knows how to close. We've seen it in her
Yeah,
relays.
she's closed. She has her she has her tech suit on, and she got a beautiful dive. That's what's
her and Hamilton neck and neck.
And it looks like
Hamilton might out-touch her.
No, Vass got it at the
Vass
end.
got it by 0.09 seconds.
She shaved 3/4 of a second off her seed time. Want to give a shout out to Maddie Fischel from Martinsburg. She's been in cutting time all year, and glad to see her doing that.
First was Vass, second was Hamilton, third was Shirk, and fourth was Connor.
And that 28:37, let's see, those parents that want to know, that 28:37 looks like, oh, shoot, see, they do this really fast.
They're done.
That 28:37 looks like that could get you, if you're that parent for the person who finished fourth, because they moved this really fast. That looks like it should be a pretty good time. That'll put you in the blue. I didn't see what the fifth place time is, but that.
Now, for those that might not know, what do you mean by put you in the blue?
Okay, so if you go to swimwv.co, this is the big thing that everybody likes. I have it seated in the yellow. The yellow, you're pretty safe, and the reason why I do 12 in the yellow is that's the top 12, and the top 12 scores points at the state meet. The blue is you're a state qualifier. So you want to be in the yellow because that means you're pretty sure that you're going to qualify, because it's really hard for 12 people to come out of nowhere. The green means you got work to do. Okay, if you saw your name in the green this morning, you got work to do to get into the blue, and so and this is great. Swimming is a little bit better than basketball and some other things occasionally, because you know what you need to do time-wise whenever you come in. So,
by the way, just to stop you there quickly, James, as heat 1 of 5 in this boys 50-yard just concluded in first was Vittel. Second was Bonner, third was Gales, and fourth was McDuffie. Now, heat number 2 of 5 will start. It's Lillard in 1, Episcopo in 2, Lardy in 3, Lester in 4, Freeman in 5, Naley in 6, Utt in 7, and 8 is Toller. Now you can get back to your point. Sorry, James.
Oh, that's right. So that's what you want. I was almost pretty much done. As if you're in the green this morning, that's your 25 to 32. You got a little bit of work to do. In this race, Jalen Lardy in lane 3, he was so far out. He got a really good dive, but towards the end, Josiah Lester of Hampshire just pulled it out. But looks like they're both going to get.
Lester is 1. Freeman is coming in second.
Well, actually, Jalen Lardy looks like he actually got first in lane 3. So.
Oh, they.
Yeah, so Jalen, he started out, almost lost it, and got it there, and then it was, I think it was Freeman, then Lester on that one.
Martinsburg winner there. Wanted to point that out.
Yeah, Martinsburg person narrator.
I went to Hedgesville, so I'm
now,
a little partial to them.
Heat 3, Arm Brester in lane 1, Willis in lane 2, Brewer in lane 3. Lassier in lane 4, Piles in lane 5, Twyman in lane 6, Trimmer in lane 7, and Lester in lane 8.
All right, it looks like on the turn, it looks like lane 4, but he kind of stopped, so that's what gave. So in this lane, he kind of stopped kind of right after his turn, and that's what kind of is propelling. He could have been almost further out on that, but. Look at those time drops. Yeah. They were all in about the 29s, 28s. I mean, look at those time drops.
Sear finishes in first from Hedgesville. Second was Twyman.
27.83. He came in at 29.24. That's an amazing
Piles
time.
came in third. Heat 4 now. Lane 1, which is the one nearest to us, is Veltri. Lane 2, Agony. Lane 3, Thomas. Lane 4, Cox. Lane 5, Powers. Lane 6 is Hayden. Lane 7 is McCune. And Lane 8 is Neff.
Quick shout out to Billy McCune in lane 7, who's going to go to school at Duke.
Oh, look at this race for first right now.
That's full ride, correct?
I
think is what I saw.
I think he's 1500 SAT kind of stuff.
Yeah. Look at this race. Who's going to pull it out? Who's going to outreach? Right now, looks like it's Cox, but it could be anybody. Oh,
Hayden, Cox, Powers. It was 1, 2, 3.
And it was just on how you finished on the side. But the first place in the last heat was actually fourth place in this heat. So that's how fast the previous heat was.
Now the fifth and final heat of the boys' 50-yard freestyle. Lane 1 is Coffee. Lane 2 is Fantasia. Lane 3, Gottlieb. Lane 4, Broadhurst. Lane 5, Southern. Lane 6, Hall. Lane 7, Vians. And Lane 8 is Null.
I believe it's Vines. It's
Vines.
yeah.
Thank you. My apologies.
Philip Coffey's
to Luke.
been dropping time all year. It's good to see him swimming well. He's a sophomore. Justin Gottlieb has committed to Columbia on a track scholarship and is here swimming in the pool, seated third in this race. So he's a good athlete.
And you have the two Fairmont senior swimmers, Grant Broadhurst and Carter Southern. They are actually seated 6th and 8th that they can get their times. They'll be seated 6th and 8th in the regional. But look at how you can hear the audience get excited. The audience loves this, and they're racing for bragging rights for them.
Tight.
Look at this, and it was because he finished
Broadhurst,
on the side.
Southern, Gottlieb.
600ths,
1, 2, 3.
600ths of a second separating those two.
And so here's what happened there. Carter Southern for Fairmont Senior, he dropped his time because he didn't want his teammate to beat him. So his teammate was pushing him. Broadhurst, it's really tough. The 50 is really tough, especially at the high school level. You've got to instinctively push yourself harder the last 10 yards.
Philip Coffey dropped a second off his time. Gottlieb cut 0.6 off of his time.
And that's 25.63. And the reason why Phil Coffey probably dropped that, now he's looking right now. If the regionals were there, he could be the number 24th spot. It looks like Fantasia, he was already seated 22nd. So really close.
Yeah. Luke Vines dropped a second off his seat time.
That one is that's in the green right now. The Luke Vines, that's really close. That's one of those ones that you're gonna sit around at home, and for the next 6-7 hours you're gonna be wondering if you are gonna be the one that's gonna go qualify for states or not.
So we haven't mentioned this yet. I remember slightly last year. Are all the regionals today or throughout the weekend?
All the regionals are today. So I don't remember what all their times are. I know Region 1 is about the same time. So they're all about the same time. I know one region always starts about 2 or 3 p.m. So probably about 10 or 11 p.m. you'll probably know who will make regionals.
We now go to event number 9, the girls' 100-yard butterfly.
You will.
We taking a break.
Yeah, we take about 10 or 15 minute break.
So you all can sell some ads here.
All right, let's do that. So we will take you said 10 or 15 minutes?
Yeah, 10 or 15 minutes.
So let's do, I guess, 15 minutes. And if we need to come back earlier, Spencer, we'll call you and let you know. But for now, if you can, set up 15 minutes, I guess, of commercials or play something in between. If you want to go on, maybe give some score updates or something. It's up to you, Spencer. But for now, we will be back in 15 minutes. You're tuned into West Virginia Region 2 Championships in high school swimming on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay. or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies. From small beginnings and over a century later, we maintain our dedication to our policyholders to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. Protecting everything from your home to your business has never been easier. Our team is here to ensure that you, your family, and your assets are taken care of. We enjoy giving back and doing our part to keep Martinsburg a great place to be.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is Prevent, Promote, Protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
Whether it's a strain, sprain, or fracture, WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Charlestown and Spring Mills now offers same-day appointments. No referral is needed unless required by your insurance carrier. WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine offers the exceptional care you expect for the injuries you don't. For same-day appointments at WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, call 304-725-BONE.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear debates and discussions on everything in sports.
They got Mixon the best running back right now in the league, it feels like, too, so I think it can stay competitive.
Best running back in the league?
What?
I mean,
Derrick Henry
wasn't
didn't
healthy.
die, did he?
He wasn't healthy.
Tune into the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio, WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
Catch the excitement of high school basketball on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10, featuring the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference.
Barkley's got the steal all by himself. He'll go up for the two-handed slam dunk.
All 6 EPAC schools, regular season and postseason, live here.
Now over to Clark from 3, and that's through. LeClay Clark nails it.
To start the fourth quarter for Musselman. Slick now
Driving the right side, and it is rejected by foul.
Your home for local sports is right here on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road. As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community. I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too. Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Thinking about making that big move but don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group. Chris is a Martinsburg High School graduate and knows the local market, and he's proven it for the past 15 years at Milestone Real Estate Group. Looking to sell or buy a home? Phone 304-579-7349. That's 304-579-7349. Or go to callchrisross.com. Making milestones is our business.
When kids are small, we tend to spend most of our time saying no instead of yes. As our parents and grandparents age, we sometimes say no to visits instead of yes. Life can be overwhelming, and sometimes it's nice to say yes to making memories and starting a future. By playing the West Virginia Lottery, you're saying yes to tomorrow's leaders and today's seniors, and furthering the beauty of the Mountain State. When you play, you say yes to West Virginia.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Rock's Grab and Go is made fresh daily. Grab and Go, now available at Rock's local market. Rock's Grab and Go is made fresh daily. Grab and Go, now available at Rock's local market.
The American College of Emergency Physicians recently announced that WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center's Emergency Department has once again achieved the Bronze Standard Level 3 Geriatric Emergency Department accreditation. This program recognizes emergency departments that provide excellent care for older adults and have geriatric appropriate equipment and supplies available. Berkeley Medical Center's Emergency Department is one of 2 geriatric accredited emergency departments in West Virginia. WVU Medicine, leading healthcare here and everywhere.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear debates and discussions on everything in sports.
They got Mixon the best running back right now in the league, it feels like, too, so I think it can stay competitive.
Best running back in the league?
What?
I mean,
Derrick Henry
wasn't
didn't
healthy.
die, did he?
He wasn't healthy.
Tune in to the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are. and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Shepherd University. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Nick Verzolini as we are broadcasting today's West Virginia High School Region 2 Swimming Championships on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube as the break still currently going on right now, but as we await for event number 9, we'll do a quick recap, the best that we can, of what we had so far today in event 1 in the girls' 200-yard medley relay. It was East Fairmont taking first place with Madeline Satterfield, Brooklyn Haddix, Zoe Boyles, and Juna Lowe in that one. So now for event 2, it was the boys 200-yard medley relay, and first place in that was Fairmont Senior, which was Carter Southern, Braden Paul, Grant Broadhurst, and Tyler Veltri in heat number 1 of that one. Heat number 2, back to the girls, my apologies. It was Spring Mills, or was it? Yes, it was Spring Mills finishing in first place. Cassidy Driver, Emily Perotti, Chelsea McIntosh, and Abby Vass. Over back to the boys, and I'm flipping back and forth, kind of tough here. It was Musselman that originally was in first, but unfortunately got DQ'd, so that means Washington got it with Spencer Lefebvre, Eshawn Hattie, William Miles, and Ethan Powers. Event 3, the girls' 200-yard freestyle, taking first in Heat 1 was Duke, in second was Watson, and third was Dillo. In Heat 2, it was Dillo, followed by Haynes in second, then Hutzler in third. In Heat 3 of the girls' 200-yard freestyle, it was Segrist, followed by Odom, and then in third was Elliott, and in Heat 4, it was Reisenweber in first, in second was Waldron, and third was Burkle. That was event number 3. On to event number 4, the boys' 200-yard freestyle. In the first heat, it was Nick Lugo taking first place as he swam in the first heat, even though he was scheduled to swim in heat number 3. In second, it was Willis taking second, and then third was Burton in that first heat. In heat number 2, it was Lombard in first, followed by Enterline in second, and then Quick in third. And then heat 3 of the boys' 200-yard freestyle, it was Wright finishing in first, Velu in second, and McPherson in third. And not only did Nick Lugo swim in that first heat, he finished with a time of 1:45.49, which means he broke the regional record of 1:46.45 set back in 2013 by Keegan Simmons. So Nick Lugo already breaking records today, Nick.
Yeah, and Lugo has been very impressive really all season long. Last year's regional swim meet, he did a nice job of performing at a high level, and he's performing at a high level once again today. And we've seen a lot of good competitive meets or heats, I should say, throughout the day. We had that girls heat that came down to the wire that I think you're going to get to here in a little bit. That one was really entertaining, and overall, it's just always cool to see different athletes in the Eastern Panhandle because we only have the opportunity to cover so many sports. So to get a chance to at least do a little bit of swimming here and see these athletes perform at a high level shows the talent around here, just the athleticism around here, and the overall, I guess, just growth of the Panhandle in all sports. And swimming is definitely one that you're starting to see some real breakout stars in, so it's nice to see.
In Event 5, the girls' 200-yard IM in heat number 1, it was Wallace in first, Leafa in second, Bonner in third, and then Spearing in fourth. And in heat 2, your top 1, 2, 3 was Alexis Ramsey in first, followed by Cassidy Driver in second.
Yep, that was the one I was referring
to. And then,
to.
Josefina Pospilova in third. In the boys' 200-yard IM in first, it was Logue Shriver, and right behind him in second was William Miles, and then in third was Lucas Miller. Event 7, the girls' 50-yard freestyle. Heat 1 of 5 in first was Catherine Dosey, in second was Juna Lowe, in third was Erin McDaniel, and fourth Emily Gabber. Heat 2 in first, it was Dina Manin-Schaffer. In second was Soriano, and Satterfield in third. In Heat 3 was Peterson taking first, Neff in second, and Quinn in third. And then in Heat 4, Rader in first, Pizzini in second, and Latin in third. And then in Heat 5 of the girls' 50-yard freestyle, it was Vass in first, Hamilton in second, and Shirk in third. As we now get ready for event number 9, the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3 is Samantha Stevens of Spring Mills. Lane 4, Rendijo Wolford of Hampshire. In lane 5, Alyssa Dolores of Hampshire. Those three are now into the pool for the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Looks like it's Stevens currently in the lead. Stevens has a pretty long lead here in this first heat. Wolford, and then Dolores. Stevens halfway through at 41:32.
Colin, if you want, I could take over, give you a little bit of time to take a break.
Yeah.
Because I know that you didn't really get a chance, so I will do my best here to fill in. We got, as you mentioned, Stevens kind of in the lead here in event number 9 of the girls' 100-yard butterfly, which is certainly turning into a good race. As James, thank you for joining us here.
No problem. All right. So here we go.
Looks like Stevens took that one.
She did. And this one's the tough one. You can see here, you'll see a difference in the length of the strokes in this heat versus the previous heat. These are the people that are first learning this. And when you first learn butterfly, honest to goodness, you feel like you're drowning. All you can feel is your arms going forward and just water coming in and out of your mouth. And if you don't nail your turn, if you don't get to at least halfway in the pull off your turn, the more strokes you do, the less efficient you are. It's kind of like a baseball pitcher. You know how a baseball pitcher has a pitch count usually in a baseball game. It's kind of very similar to this in the butterfly. You've got about, maybe for 100, you've got about 32 strokes in you, and after about 32, you don't have strokes after that. You start dying, your arms start hurting, so you got to be careful of that. So that's why you want to maximize everything else. But you'll see that a little bit different here in this heat, how the people kind of maximize there.
So here in heat 2 of 3, we have Paige Voigt, Gamage, Spearing, Day, Bonner, and Mark. So a few swimmers that we've already seen in other races today, James, and definitely. I think Voigt, she already won one today, correct?
She did. I think she did. She won a heat of a race earlier today. So, and same thing. Looks like she's and look kind of at the difference. In lane 2, notice how she's not quite getting in that cool line, but in lanes 4 and 5, they're doing a little bit better of getting into the lines. And now it's going to depend and see. Look at where she starts her. Look at where Martinsburg starts her butterfly. She started it. She didn't get any turn off her wall, which you're able to do that for a half a pull length. But notice Martinsburg is slowing down, and in lane 4 she keeps on going. That's why the turn is important in all of your strokes, but is especially important in butterfly. Now again, on the turn, you want to make sure, as they always tell you in summer swimming, you elbow your brother and you phone your mother. So you want to make sure you end up in streamline. So that turn is because you're going to see the Martinsburg, she's giving it her all because it's regionals. But if she would have just had that, would have had some extra little juice underneath of there, she would have gotten it. Because you see they're both winded as they come in. As soon as you see people lift their head up, like you see all throughout here, as soon as you see people lift their heads up, you see that they're dying. But look at this race for 4th between Musselman and I believe it's Jefferson. Or it looks like Bonner is going to pull off 4th place. And then Marks is going to get 5th.
So Maya Spearing wins that one with a time of 1:34.84.
And currently that would be good enough for 8th place, which is 1 point here at the regional meet. And again, every point matters, and especially with Martinsburg. They are projected to be 3rd place, but Spring Mills and Martinsburg and Washington are like it's a race between those 3 teams here today. All right, so let's look at Alexis Ramsey. See, notice the difference here. She's getting flat. Her arms are right by her ears whenever she hits the water. Now look at her turn. She touches the wall. She puts it behind. Look at how far she gets. She gets almost to the red line. You kind of want your feet to the red line, but if you get your arms to the red line, that's not bad. But that's how she's able to get the 2 body length. Now, that 103, she could compete with the guys. Notice she did the elbow and then behind. That's like almost a textbook. If we can just get a few more dolphins, maybe she's doing 8, maybe she can get 10. But that's why she's able to separate. But look at this race for 2nd. Again, 2 of these make it to states. One of them is waiting for me to let them know. So it's going to determine right on the wall. And see, look how much faster it is. Underwaters are faster. So that's why in lane 3 is able to pull closer to lane 5, because of that underwater. Because look at all that momentum that Drennan has over Barlow, and it looks like Drennan's going to take it, and it's that underwater that did it for Drennan. And that's just those are just the little things. And look, from a casual observer, I can just sit here and say these things all I want. I mean, I'm a coach. I'm not in there swimming. Sometimes you know what you're supposed to do. You just run out of breath. Yeah. If you could just be like scuba diving and you have the oxygen tank on the back, it would be so much easier. But you don't always have the luxury of that.
So Ramsey took that one, but a good race between Drennan and Barlow. And Drennan ends up taking 2nd.
And Drennan is Audrey Drennan is the sister, I believe, of Kelsey Drennan, who set that butterfly record at 59.18 in 2018.
So we're back to the boys now for the 100, and we have Kesson, Hall, and McCarthy in this one.
Oh, good. And look at the distance we got. Now, and you'll see Hall's doing a pretty good job. He's not quite as streamlined as he should. Now notice he's doing like a little dive down, so that's going to work probably to help him win this lane. But you'll see in the other ones, it won't be a dive down. But he's doing this to kind of conserve sometimes when you're just starting butterfly, it's a really tough stroke because it's not really about power. A lot of people think it's how fast can you muscle through. It's about rhythm, and so that's why you see him doing one arm stroke per 2 kicks, just because it'll help him finish a little bit better here because he's still on the learning stages of butterfly. Notice he didn't quite get the halfway on the pull that he needed, but he's diving down. You don't actually want to dive down. You want to bring your arms out, and all of the action happens underwater, the pulling of the water. So he's doing pretty good here, but those are things as a coach that you kind of look for. His turns were really good. He got great distance per stroke great distance on all of his turns. He was almost to the red line. I bet you probably didn't know that the reason why there's cones, yes, there's cones by the scorer's table, but you have the cones. That is where they need to be on butterfly. They have to surface on every stroke right where the cone is. So if they go past the cone, it is a disqualification. So for those watching at home, now you know.
So it'll be Hall, McCarthy, Kesson in that race, or that heat. You see Hall there too, only a sophomore, so some of those things that you pointed out that he needs to work on, hopefully here down the line he's able to do that and improve on his time. Slightly down from his top time, or his seed time I should say, but not too far off there, just by about 0.3 seconds. So we now head to Heat 2, the finals here, and this is Nick Lugo's heat.
And last year he set the record in the butterfly last year at regionals with his 52.21. His seed time is a little bit slower, but he's actually gone a lot faster this season. He's actually gotten the 51 sometime earlier in the season as well. We see Jefferson a lot. We see a lot of the local schools a lot, so I see a bunch of their times. And I think he's got like a 51.25, so he could very easily break the record if he's fully engaged.
And the battle for third should be pretty close. So and Miles, both of them very close in their time.
Yes, they are.
If Haiti were to have a good race, he can at least maybe contest Lugo here.
Well, and Lugo's seated first in state, like I was saying on the radio. So, and see, look at how far he gets.
Yeah.
So he's already kind of ahead, and he elbows, and look at the distance he gets. Look at how tightly streamlined he is.
At this point, he pretty much already has it.
Yes. So that's what we're looking at. And he could probably stand to kick a little bit sooner. Lugo could, but this is nitpicky. And then for third place, look, Sandlin has a big lead, but notice he's getting a little bit tired. So it's going to depend on this turn. Can he keep it up on this turn? The coach over there, look. Can he keep it? Can he keep it up? Because if he and then we're getting there. It looks like he might get third. And look at that race for fourth. And he got the third. Daniel Sandlin with third, and then Miles at fourth. Looks like they all got pretty close to their seed times. Now you'll notice people at home, Miles probably didn't get that 108. Sometimes if you don't touch the wall hard enough, the time that you get on there isn't the time they actually get, so they actually go by. That's why you see all the people are clapping also, because Nick Lugo did break his own record. That's why we have the timers over here, because if they don't touch the wall hard enough, then it goes over there to the scorekeeper, and they just adjust the time. So that's, if we went solely by the board, we wouldn't need the timers. But right. That's why we have the timers, and it's a lot of times the best job that they have in the swim meet. So now we got the 100-yard girls freestyle.
I'm back. Thank you.
It's good to have you back,
yeah.
Colin.
You can finish the rest of your food now.
I appreciate
you allowing me to do so as well. As Heat 1 of 5, it is Emily Gieber in lane 2, Eleanor Caputer in lane 3, lane 4 is Catherine Dosey, lane 5, Caitlin Hall, and lane 6, Lily Williamson.
And so look at this race here for first. Now, you'll notice the arm pace and So in lane 3, you're getting the proper arm pace and length that you want, or you're getting the proper arm speed that you want. In lane 5, you're getting the proper distance per stroke. If you could just combine the two of them together, it'd be a coach's dream. Also in the 100, you want to make sure that we have a steady breathing pattern. That's not every stroke, because that's it's actually slower when you breathe. Imagine that. You need to breathe, but it's actually slower when you breathe. But look at her reach and extension is very good in lane 5, and that's what's going to help her probably drop
Caitlin Hall.
Caitlin Hall. She's going to drop a couple seconds there, and it looks like her.
Almost dropped 6 seconds.
Yeah, so that's good. But that's those are little things you're working on. That's that's as a coach that you will talk about after this race maybe, but definitely for next season. And again, you want sometimes swimmers in the earlier heats don't realize that the 100, the arm pace should be pretty close to your 50 arm pace. So you want to make sure you're kicking just as hard as you would in the 50, and you want to make sure you're moving your arms just as fast as you would as a 50. Some people think that the 100 is, okay, it's a little bit slower. You don't want to ever slow anything up on the 50 or the 100. The arm pace starts slowing up when you get to the 200 freestyle.
Heat number 2, it is in lane 1, Moreland of Hampshire. Lane 2, Logue of Fairmont Senior. Lane 3, Miller of Martinsburg. Lane 4, Willis of Hedgesville. Lane 5, McNellis of Hampshire. Lane 6, Hardin of Hampshire. Lane 7, Brzezinski of Jefferson. And lane 8, Rigby of Musselman.
And Willis got a really good start there. And like I was talking about earlier, if you're looking at home, the reason why the pack was able to catch up to her, look at let's see if she does it again. She's lifting her head up right before the turn, and that actually slows down the propulsion for whenever you get. So let's see if she does that again. She did not do it this time. So, but notice that the flip wasn't fast. So that's what's keeping these people in the race. She has a beautiful extension, but the flip turn can actually cause you to slow down. So now look at lane 3. Lane 3 is kicking hard. She sees her right beside, even though you're not necessarily supposed to look at your swimmer right beside you all the time. See, she did it right there on that wall. She lifted her head up, but lane 3 wasn't able to capitalize on that because she also didn't flip quite as fast as probably needed to be there. So, but look at lane 5. Lane 5 is like I'm gonna get you. Lane 5 would be McNellis.
Yep, McNellis of Hampshire.
And look like McNellis. Look, McNellis
now
is
passed.
Yeah, McNellis has been behind, and those are the things that got McNellis there. McNellis,
Willis is your 1-2.
And it's a good race by both of them.
Miller in 3rd. And 4th was Brzezinski. On to heat 3 of 5. In lane 1 is Eccles. Lane 2, Quinn. Lane 3, Dardaris. Lane 4, McKinnon. Lane 5, Premo. Lane 6, Dillo. Lane 7, Hutzler. And lane 8 is Haynes.
It looks like lane 3 is a healthy scratch, so you will not see lane 3 here today.
Nick, get down there.
There you go.
Your time is now.
Oh, you muted me. Well,
now's your time to shine because I unmuted you. You were eating, that's why I turned it down.
I appreciate
at first.
that.
Yeah,
looking out for me.
And look at Promo in lane.
I was looking out for everybody else, honestly.
And Primo, man, she it looked like her first 25. She didn't quite have all the gas she needed, but she is quite turned up the gas right now. Boom. She could have stayed to flip a little faster and not breathe after the turn. My swimmers will tell you that's one of those big things that I always stress in practice. Breathing directly after the turn slows down all of the momentum that you get out of it. But look at lane 1 over here. Look at Clemens.
So I don't know if this is a weird question to ask or not, but how long do you typically want your swimmers to, I guess, be holding their breath in then?
So
time before they come up for air.
For 50, once or twice is it.
Okay.
You got 1 or 2 breaths. For 100 and 200, you want to breathe every 3 to 5 strokes. But you also, after a turn, you want to at least go 3 strokes after a turn because that will get you back in.
So it looks like Nevaeh Premo finished in 1st as Eccles came in 2nd, Quinn in 3rd. Fourth was McKinnon. Fifth was Dillow. Sixth was Hutzler, and seventh was Haynes. Heat number 4 now, this girls 100-yard freestyle. Lane 1's Clemens of Spring Mills. Lane 2, Haddocks of East Fairmont. Lane 3, Peterson of Musselman. Lane 4, Tyson of Musselman. Lane 5, Boyles of East Fairmont. Lane 6 is Farrell, Fairmont Senior. Lane 7's Miller, Fairmont Senior. And lane 8 is Yates of Hedgesville.
All right, let's look at the arm pace at lane 4. Now here's the thing.
That's Tyson.
That's Tyson, and looks like she was a little close to the wall there as she goes. And now her arm pace isn't quite as fast as it was when she started. So and look at lane 5, that extension there. I believe that's Boyles from
Yates is pretty close over in lane 8 too.
And in 8, and so yes, because the lanes 5 and 6 were able to pull ahead because, like I said, you want to go halfway between the tee and the wall, and so that's how they were able to pull away here, and they're kind of going neck and neck. So let's see if they can.
Boyles and Farrell.
Mm-hmm. And notice now, just that little thing. But now look at lane 3. Lane 3, kind of pulling up at the end. Let's see.
Still Boyles and Farrell neck and neck.
And it's going to be who's going to finish on their side, who's going to look at lane
Farrell.
Yeah, Boyles slowed up at the end. Rather than you practice this drill in practice. You stand at the blue line, you take a couple kicks, and you see how fast you can just flail. You just go on your arms and make sure you finish on your sides. You could just tell right at the very end. It's just a millisecond slower.
So Farrell in first, Boyle second, third was Peterson, fourth was Clemens. On to heat 5, Britton in lane 1, Fischel in lane 2, Fote in lane 3, Shirk in lane 4, Pospilova in lane 5, 6 is McIntosh, 7 is Latin, 8 is Pizzini.
All right, look at Shirk here. She got a nice good dive. But lane 3, I believe that's Fote. She kind of got her on the turn. So, and if you look now, see this is what happens. So look at lane 4.
So Liliana Fote and Brianna Shirk neck and
so they're neck and neck. But the reason why
Shirk's a freshman too.
Shirk is a freshman, but look at Shirk. Shirk is breathing every stroke. So she's working a lot harder because anytime you breathe, it's really hard to get there. So if she can put her head down towards the end,
like she is right now.
Like again, if you put the head down, she takes the lead. But notice when she was breathing every other stroke, she was not in the lead. But
you'll learn as a freshman, right? Over time, as she finishes in first, Fote in second, third, Pospilova, fourth, McKinnon. Or McIntosh, excuse me.
Yes, and so if we're looking at the regional times, which I have not been doing as good of a job here, if you're looking at the region times, it looks like the fourth place McIntosh has a decent chance. She's decently in the blue. The fifth place, that's going to be the one that is praying for a wild card because that's right on the 24, 25, 26 line, the 106-24.
On to event 12 now, the boys 100-yard freestyle. Heat 1 of 5. In lane 2 is Neely, lane 3 Davis, lane 4 Cox, lane 5 Charles, and lane 6 is Franks.
And that would be Maddie Fischel. So Maddie Fischel will probably be waiting
in
for
fifth.
Yeah, Maddie Fischel in 5th. That's going to be who's probably going to be really, really anxious to see if she made it to states or not. So now we're at the boys 100, and look at lane 2. So I believe that's Niley. He has a no time. Started out pretty good, but notice like when he takes the breath, he kind of slows down. That's what's able to take lane 6.
Franks.
That's what's able to take Franks.
Both of those two with no time.
Both of those with no times, and a lot of times that is they've swam like everything else all season, and this is their time to do it. So lane 6 is actually on like a 103, 104 pace, which would be which could get him the fastest time in the fastest heat. But yeah, he's now the only thing is probably what would make him even closer to that or being even there is. Look at the kick. A lot of this is very common in male swimmers. They think it's all about the arms, and they they neglect the kick. So the kick isn't as steady. It's not, the toes aren't always out of the water, but still this is a very good swim. This 103 that he, or 102.92.
102.92, which you look at the best times in Heat 5, that puts him in the running.
That does. That puts him in the running. That actually puts him right beside his teammate Atticus Schlossler in lane 1 in the fast heat. But that's, I mean, that was a very good swim. But those are little things that.
Frankson won. Looks like Neely might have been DQ'd, unless the time just kind of disappeared. Is that what happened?
That's the time disappeared.
Okay.
They just, they'll fix that. That's what the computer operator does. They, there's I believe a 5-second glitch that they had to fix. If there's like a 5-second glitch, they fix it pretty quickly.
So he came in second, and third was Cox. On to Heat 2 now. It's Burton in lane 1, Blackwell in lane 2, Toller in lane 3, Piles in lane 4, Pletcher in lane 5, lane 6 is Becker, lane 7's Utt, lane 8 is McDuffie.
All right. And see, look at lane 5. They had to adjust the goggles. That's gonna slow Pletcher from Fairmont Senior down. And then we got a no flip turn in lane 3. Taller from Washington. So lane 4, Piles. He's he's doing pretty good for minus the breathing, and we didn't quite get the streamline we need, which is probably what's keeping Blackwell from Hedgesville. Watch out, because if you're just looking from a distance here, although he's kind of doing a little bit of splashing, not quite getting the head down in the streamline, he is catching up a little bit. And then look at lane 5. So after fixing the goggles, he might finish third. You'll take that if your goggles fall off. But that's another 103 that we got.
104.61 is Piles, which, wow, that's 12 seconds off his time.
That is a nice drop.
Blackwell in second with 9 seconds off his time. Taller comes in third.
Coach must have been doing some work fixing a lot of stroke flaws to get that time.
Fourth. And a sophomore in Piles from Hampshire High School.
Mm-hmm.
On to Heat 3 of 5 in this boys' 100-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Sammy Findo of North Marion. Lane 2, Josiah Lester of Hampshire. Lane 3, Esmond Twyman of Musselman. Lane 4, Justin Brewer of Musselman. Lane 5, Brady McMullen of Fairmont Senior. Lane 6 is Mason Lester of Musselman. Lane 7, Gavin Townsend of East Fairmont. Lane 8, Xavier Gonzalez of Jefferson.
All right. And so far, lane 2, Josiah Lester has the nice lead, but just look at how efficient lane 3 is at Twyman. He's moving his arms.
So you're a happy coach right now.
I am a happy coach. I wasn't happy with that turn, of course, but because he could stand to push off a little bit harder. But I am happy from tee to tee in his stroke. Now, he is slowing his arm pace down a little bit, which I don't like. But, I guess you could be a little picky. And you can see he didn't quite get the stream. He went the streamline under the water. Lane 4, if we could, lane 4 is really trying. The arm pace just isn't quite there. But look at this race for third place. So
all neck and neck.
All neck and neck. So,
but first is Twyman
with a 103.43, which he's been not there, and that 106.60 also is a heck of a drop. So
second Brewer, third McMullen, fourth Lester. Heat 4, lane 1 is Powers of Washington. Lane 2 will be Hayden of Spring Mills. Lane 3, McCune of Martinsburg. Lane 4 will be Enterline of Jefferson. Lane 5, Lassier of Hedgesville. Lane 6 is Paul of Fairmont Senior. Lane 7, Thomas of Martinsburg. And lane 8, Trimmer of Washington.
And this lane needs to be on, I think we've seen 3, if not 4, 103s. There was a 102.92. There was a 104. All of those times are faster than this heat, so this heat should be on notice. Look at lane 1 so far, Ethan Powers. He had a really good start, but lane 4, Ethan Interline, he took it, but it's just neck and neck. And so here it is. That you can almost draw a straight line. And now who is going to do this turn? So remember, halfway through, see lane 5, they lifted their head up, but still is halfway
Interline and
through.
Lassiered tied right now at that wall.
But Ethan Powers, that turn was good. Now, the thing about Ethan Powers is whenever he takes his breath, he slows down his whole stroke. So
he's in lane 1 here, the one closest to us for those tuning in.
Yep, and he breathed right after his turn, which slowed him down. But look, he's doing what you want your swimmer to do. He's putting his head down.
And he could get it.
And he could get it. He's putting your head down, and he sees that person in lane 4.
And he does.
And that's,
Powers in lane 1 takes first. Second was Lassier in lane 5. Came in third was Hayden, it looks like, in lane 2. And fourth was Interline. Fifth, McCune. And now we go on to Heat 5. Schlosser is in lane 1 of Spring Mills. Lane 2 is Robbins of Jefferson. Lane 3, Lefebvre of Washington. Lane 4, Broadhurst of Fairmont Senior. Lane 5, Wright of Musselman. Lane 6, McPherson of East Fairmont. Lane 7, Vians of Jefferson. And Lane 8, Agony of Martinsburg.
And look at the distance that Sawyer has. So he's in lane 5. That distance, it's going to be can he get him right after that. In lane 3, they're catching up, but look at that. Sawyer's turn's what keep him in. Now it's the arm pace from Sawyer that is going to keep him down. And it's going to be who wants this at the end, because look at how close.
Sawyer Wright and Grant Broadhurst neck and neck.
And look at and that nice streamline. And I think my coach is going to be really happy. Ooh, but see, it's always at the end. Can he pull it off at the end? Can he finish sideways? And he does.
Wright gets it by 0.09 seconds over Broadhurst.
That is almost a 2-second drop. Coming in, Broadhurst was seated 8th in the 100, and Sawyer was seated 10th. It looks like with that 52.04 from Sawyer, he is seated 7th, which is which is pretty close to being in the top 6. But the 56.98 or 54.90 that Spencer got also is in the top 12. So you could see that's the top 3 here finish in the top 12 at States. McPherson from East Fairmont at 4th place. He should be getting the wild card. The Schlosser from Spring Mills, he's also on the line. So he is about 0.8 of a second off from being in the blue. And remember what my color system was. If you're in the blue, you're good. If you're in the green, you got work to do. Right? Remember that? So Schlosser, he'll move to the green. And so he's hoping that maybe someone from one of the other 3 regions got a little slower. Something, lots of things happened. So, but overall, good race. And then,
is there another break right now, or are we just waiting for everybody to get set up for
looking like if there is one, it's
the
like
girls' 500-yard freestyle?
It looks like it's a slight 5-minute break. Now, I am going to update you with the scores from the 50-yard freestyles. So this does not include the 100-yard free or the 100-yard butterfly that we just saw. So for the women, Fairmont Senior is first place with 47 points. Spring Mills, second place with 37. Washington, third place with 26. Martinsburg, fourth place with 23. Jefferson, fifth with 15. East Fairmont, sixth with 14 points. Musselman, seventh for 13 points. And Hedgesville with 10 points at eighth place. For the men, Jefferson has a 9-point lead over a 3-way tie for second place between Hedgesville, Washington, and Fairmont Senior. Spring Mills is fifth place at 27 points. East Fairmont is sixth at 9. Musselman, seventh with 7 points. And North Marion, eighth with 6 points. And it looks like we do have a 5-minute. So if I might be able to get us more updated scores here in a little bit. But so far, there's a lot of good. Would you say there's a lot of good, lots of faster times here today?
Yeah, so far 2 records that I know of have been broken. Not sure if I'm missing.
Nope, just 2 records so far. Yeah. One, and it's always fun. Now, you saw me talk. You might have seen me talk to Keegan. I don't know if people pay attention to me on the sidelines or not.
You do stand out in the green pants, so they can if they want to.
Yeah, Musselman green. But I was talking to Keegan. So here's the bragging rights that they have. Keegan's like, okay, you got my region record, but you know what you don't have, Nick Lugo? You do not have my school record. His school record's actually a 144. So Keegan swam for Jefferson High School that Nick Lugo swims for. So he's like, you might have gotten my regional record this time, but you don't have my 200-yard freestyle. So my name is still on the wall at Jefferson.
I was about to say, Nick Lugo, though, still has a year to do that, correct?
Yeah, he still has. He's a junior. He can still do it next year. But that was a little joke that we were having on the sidelines between me and the Washington coach Keegan Simmons.
John Reisenweber now joining us back on the headset. John, how are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me back.
Right now, just in a little bit of a break before the girls' 500-yard freestyle, but enjoying the day so far?
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard you guys talking about Nick Lugo. I'm telling you, if he gets to swim whatever, he'll break the record.
Yeah.
He's got another year. He's definitely D1 caliber. There's no doubt about it. His 100 fly, I mean, it's just, it's poetry in motion. I mean, it's like he's, a serpent just kind of making his way down the lane. So we'll see what happens there. But I think he's going to have a good meet in Morgantown.
Well, and they're going to be gunning for him. So last year he was an unknown. This year he is not an unknown. Everyone in the state knows who he is. Yeah. There's a big bullseye on his back, and then he's also racing against people that are like seniors.
Yeah.
And those people usually it's their last state swim meet, and if it's their last state swim meet, they usually try to go.
Yeah, they'll leave it all in the water for sure.
They will leave it all in the water. I'm going to take a brief 5-minute break from y'all, and I will be back. I'll be back. I'm going to go talk to my coach about something, and then there we go.
All right. Thank you.
See you in a few, Coach.
James, yep. As it's the West Virginia High School Region 2 Swim Championships today on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Back at the studio, Spencer Dupuis, our cameramen here today are Gerald Wright and Braden Schaffner. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Nick Verzolini. James Miller helping us out. The assistant coach of Musselman is John Reisenweber helping us out too. John switching over if Nick may or may not want to come back and talk a little bit, but
sure, Colin.
Hanging out now, waiting for event number 13 to 22, the girls' 500-yard freestyle. And for some reason, at least in my headset, I just got a little bit louder. I don't know about yours.
No, you sound the same to me. So maybe your hearing improved slightly.
I guess that's a good thing.
That is. It's certainly better than the alternative.
That is true.
The 500 free is a grueling race. I mean, you're talking 20 laps. It's so long that you have to have someone at the other end of the pool with a counting placard, making sure that you're swimming all 20 laps. So and you
have to trust that they know how to count.
Oh, that's
20 too. Yeah.
That's right. You pick your most trusted friend on the swim team to do that for you for sure.
That'd be an interesting prank.
Yeah,
I don't think it'd be a good one. Getting in a lot of trouble to do that, but.
Well, I'm sure they started that practice because people did lose count, and they would, either, not swim the whole thing or swim too much. But there's definitely a procedure there that you have to follow because you have to really manage your energy levels. You really have to have the endurance, and you got to leave a little bit in the tank. For the end of the race, in case you've really got to turn it on and you got a close race and you're trying to pull it out. So I think it's definitely one of the toughest races on the docket.
And it looks like we're getting ready for Heat 1 of 2 in the girls' 500-yard freestyle as the 4 girls in this heat are up to the starting board. In lane 3 is Anna Segrist of Spring Mills. Lane 4 is McKenna Lehman Cutlip of East Fairmont. Lane 5, Madison Henry of Martinsburg. And lane 6 is Samantha Stevens of Spring Mills. As you can see over to the right side, once they get over more towards that right side of the pool, it is the counters right there, making sure that they see which number that they are at.
And then, of course, the meet official who has the bell in his hand, he, I don't know if it's the fellow that's usually here, but he loves ringing that bell, which they ring on the very last lap, on the last 50, I should say.
Right now it's Segrist in the lead in lane 3. The senior.
Her brother Noah, who graduated last year, was quite a swimmer. He was, in fact, right there along with Lugo, usually neck and neck in the pool with him. I think he's swimming in college. I forget the name of the school he's attending. It's up in Pennsylvania, I believe.
Segrist right now with a 3.5 second lead over Lehman Cutlip, followed by Henry and Stevens, kind of neck and neck right now, but they swam a marathon, not a sprint, in the pool.
Swam about a little less than 1:16 on that first 100 for Segrist.
And based on the times, if she's able to hold on, it would be an upset.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, her best time looking down here is 7 minutes 22.14 seconds. Lehman Cutlip's time is 7 minutes 10.67 seconds. Madison 7 minutes 11.44 seconds. And then Samantha Stevens 7:27.6. Right now, Segrist at 1:57.85 on that last one. Yeah,
we'll get a good idea here of what her pace is.
Number 7 of 20.
It's possible that this could be a common trend, though, for her. Maybe she gets off to a good start, but as it goes on, since it is a very long race, falls off potentially.
Well, the average, so she did, like I said, about a 1:16, and she was at 2:40 at the 200. So there's definitely a little fall off from the first 100, which is typical. When you're standing on the block there, getting ready to dive in the water, your motor's running for sure, your heart's beating, you're ready to go, the adrenaline's flowing, and it tends to taper off throughout the race.
At the halfway point now of the girls 500-yard freestyle heat number 1 of 2, it is Segrist halfway through with a time of 3:23.77. Lehman Cutlip with a time of 3:26.55. Henry with a time of 3:29.06. And Stevens with a time of 3:39.3 at the halfway point.
Adriana Brizio holds the record with 5:19.27 in 2018. It's interesting that we have.
I think she's from Fairmont. I believe the Abrazinos are from Fairmont.
It's interesting that we have 2 girls' heats, but only 1 boys' heat, and just 3 swimmers in the boys' heat.
Well, in general, that's kind of been a trend in high school swimming. Is you have more young women participating than young men.
So you're now down at 13 of the 20.
You also don't see too many heats in the 500 because people don't want to swim with the
Right,
500.
that's what I was thinking.
Because it's such a grueling event.
But I thought it was kind of interesting then that we had so many more girls that did want to do it.
Well, that is what you see certainly here in the Eastern Panhandle. You definitely have the young women outnumber the men. That's particularly the case on the Martinsburg team for sure.
Lehman Cutlip has narrowed the gap between her and Segrist, and looks like might be taking the lead here at number 15.
Yeah, she has caught up with her.
Yep. Not too far behind is Henry trying to close the gap as well from Musselman. But right now it looks like in first is McKenna Lehman Cutlip, the freshman out of East Fairmont. Anna Segrist of Spring Mills, still close, and then it goes, looks like Madison Henry of Martinsburg and Samantha Stevens of Spring Mills.
McKenna, who's in the lead, she has a very relaxed stroke. It's even. It's not choppy, and I think that probably helps her conserve a little energy. These two are going to go down to the wire, though, I think.
Yep, they're still neck and neck.
Yeah. So there's the bell. They love ringing that bell to make sure everybody hears it. He's going to keep her there. He's finally stopped.
It does seem like a fun job, though. That's a giant bell.
It's like Santa Claus at Christmas time, shaking the bells. St. Nick. It does look like Madison or
Anna Segrist
Anna has
retook the lead. Yeah,
she has retaken the lead.
McKenna.
And it looks like she's going to pull out, barring a surge at the end. Yeah, she left enough in the tank.
And a lot of time shaved off, too.
Yeah, she really is going to shave. That's a good swim. That's an
More
excellent swim, yeah.
6:58.57.
So
Anna Segrist's time.
23 seconds she shaved off. And then McKenna shaved off about 9 seconds, which is excellent. And Madison shaved off about 3 seconds, so that's good. And Samantha is finishing up now. And she was a little above her seed time, but it's a good race for those ladies.
Now we go to Heat 2 of the girls' 500-yard freestyle. Lane 1 will be Sydney Coder of Jefferson. Lane 2, Lene Street of Fairmont Senior. Lane 3, Kaylin Wallace of Washington. Lane 4, Ashlyn Bennington of Fairmont Senior. Lane 5, Brianna Waldron of East Fairmont. Lane 6, Abby Vass of Spring Mills. Lane 7, Cayman Alter of Martinsburg. And Lane 8, Beatrice Clevenger of Fairmont Senior.
There's a couple interesting aspects to this race here. One, I'm a little surprised that Abby Vass is swimming the 500 free. If you can remember the 50 free, she legged that out at the end, a very tight race, dropped time, and won first place in the sprint. She's clearly a very capable sprinter, and I'm just a little surprised that she's swimming the 500 instead of the 100 or even the 200. But we'll see how she does on this 500 here. We've got Cayman Alter from Martinsburg, who has gotten into the distance freestyle races and has been doing pretty well. And it looks like East Fairmont and Fairmont are heavily favored to go 1 and 2. And they're about 8 seconds apart in their seed times. And they're in the lead. They're both in the lead now.
Somebody keep an eye on, those two, Ashlyn Bennington and Brianna Waldron. Ashlyn Bennington's best time so far this year, 5:37.98. Waldron, 5:45.59. The record, as Nick mentioned earlier, from Aberezino in 2018, 5:19.27. So you got to shave off a lot of time, obviously, if you want to catch that. But it is possible. I mean, we just saw Anna Siegrist shave off 23, 24 seconds of her time. So
yeah, when you got 500 yards, you definitely do have an opportunity to shave off more time. But you can shave it off in chunks for sure. These two are right with each other, though. About a body length apart. They both look pretty strong.
Yeah, it's Bennington touching the wall at 2:09.61. Waldron at 2:10.26. Both of them almost halfway through. Right now at 9:20. Bennington 2 seconds ahead of Waldron there, halfway through.
She's stretching it out, stretching that lead out a little by little, looks like.
Oh, James is back. Hi, James.
James, you want your headphones? Sure. Here you go.
All right. You know, I was trying to commentate without a microphone.
We'll pass them along to get you back in here. It's always good to have the coach's perspective.
No, what I was noticing is if we could combine the two, look at if Waldron pretty much is in this race just by her turn alone, and look how Bennington's kind of slowing down a little bit. If Waldron could actually just get the propulsion from the turn, she gets the good distance and the good streamline. She can use her length and really sprint here at the end, because we're about at 14. This is about when you need to start pulling up, and you could tell if they pull it up by if you start seeing the legs move. Now, I think Vass, and I'm trying to figure out Vass in lane 3, in lane 6. Vass still has a two body length lead, but nothing is ever safe in the 500. So you want to double check and see that one. That one determines who's going to go to the state meet as opposed to who is not going to the state meet.
Well, she's behind these two.
Yeah, she is behind these two. Yes.
Third. Yeah.
Yeah. So Vass is there. So, but if lane 3 were to beat Vass, this is the event that you probably will not have a wild card in.
Yeah.
And
the other thing is, it's hard to see, as you know, Coach, from being a competitive swimmer. It's hard to see somebody 3 or 4 lanes away. You usually can see somebody that's certainly right next to you or even 2 lanes away, but when you get over to 3 and 4, it makes it harder to know if you got somebody on the other side of the pool that's chasing you down.
And you see Coach Keegan down there. He's really trying to get her to he knows just as well as I know that, like, the chances of Kaylin Wallace necessarily getting a wild card in the 500 is pretty slim.
There's the bell.
No, I actually misspoke. So the 4th place person will get that if it's about a 6:10, 6:18. So that's what you want to get the time on.
He didn't ring that bell nearly as vociferously as he did in the first heat.
He still has one more chance.
He still has one more chance to get it as loud as he can. But yeah, I think if I was the East Fairmont coach, I think what separated Bennington from Waldron wasn't the turns. Waldron's turns were wonderful. She was streamlined through. They're what kept her as close as she could be in that race. I think maybe if we could just push up the arm speed a little bit, that might help distinguish the difference between the 7 seconds. So, like, you want to be stretched out in the 500, but you don't want to be so stretched out that the arm speed is kind of slow. So I think maybe the arm speed probably helped. But that 6:03, that puts her at the 13th line at States.
Yeah, Vass just shaved off 15.
Yeah, that's
see, and you were concerned earlier. You're like, well, if she just run the 50 free, you're like, the spinner.
I don't mean concerned in the sense that she wasn't going to perform well. Concerned, I don't know if concern's the right word, but I was just surprised, really, that you have her swim the 50 and the 500. Those, usually at this level, they're either usually a sprinter or a longer distance swimmer. So that's just a little oddity to me, and it could be maybe it's a scoring thing that the coach was thinking about or something like that. And there's certainly valid reasons for doing that, but you saw her leg out that 50 free. Oh, yeah. We had a relay race 2 weeks ago where she legged out the Martinsburg team. She wasn't the anchor on that 200 free relay until later in the season, because she clearly has proven that she's a pretty good sprinter.
Well, yeah, and that's what you are. I was, joking with you a little bit, but it's definitely the sprinter in her. She could have probably went in the 50 and the 100. But I think what the coaches was thinking, if I was kind of using my coach's mind here, you're looking at a 50 and the 100. You have little things that could go wrong.
Sure.
So he probably in his mind was like, I am more of a guarantee third, whereas in the 100 maybe I am, and I'm not looking at who swam what, but maybe in the 100 maybe we're not guaranteed third. There's like, a half a second in between third through fifth.
Right.
And so you want to be like, okay, I can guarantee myself to get the third place points, or I could,
right. There could be
cross my fingers and hope they get third in the 100.
Certainly a scoring reason. You also might have had something as simple as, Abby's a sophomore. She's got 2 more good years of swimming. Maybe there was a senior that wanted to swim the 100, and the coach, out of deference to the senior, gave the senior the slot or something like that. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons why you pick kids in certain events. It just was kind of a stark change from what Abby's usually swimming. That's all.
And here's what I love about this race. This is the classic 500 conundrum that you always get. You got these are the two styles that you get a lot. You have usually you have a lot of taller swimmers that do distance because they don't have to take
as many strokes.
Yeah. And then you have poor Sam at Spring Mills has to work almost 1.5 times as hard as Logue to keep up with him. Yeah. And he is. I mean, look.
He gets his kick up. It'll definitely help.
Yes, that's what's separating. Now, Logue's arm pace. So you have Logue's arm pace that's not quite as. I mean, he gets the good length off of it, but Logue's kick. Now, here's also a thing.
He's definitely kicking.
He's kicking right now. Okay, we are at I don't know.
7.
We're 7 of 20.
Yeah.
Okay, he's at 7 of 20. Is he going to be able to keep that kick up for that long? Now, I'm
sure it'll taper off by the time he's at 15, 16, 17.
Yes, and so Sam's probably thinking, I just have to keep up long enough to maybe he slows down his kicks, because even his wall, he didn't quite kick under the water as much as he probably could. You want to get a good 5 or 6 quick dolphins off the wall with the 500. See, this one's very tricky. You don't want big movements off your turn like that you're seeing. You don't want quite those big movements. And the thing about the 500 is it's all about, is your freestyle technique good? Yeah. With the 50 and the 100, you can
get away with being sloppy. Yeah,
yes,
you can.
The 500, you can't get away with sloppy turns. And so you want to make sure that you're kicking quick. You're not moving your head at all right before the turn. You're not breathing after the turn. All those things slow you down on the turn. And if you think about it, there's 19 turns you have to do in the 500. If you can nail all 19, and if you're even if it's a hand distance that you get on a turn, if you have 19 hand distances faster than your opponent, it doesn't matter what you do between T and T.
Now, Coach, let me ask you a question about state. So my remembrance is that it is also a 25-meter length. They're not putting them in the 50-meter pool.
No. Yeah, it's 25 yards.
Which is a totally different race because you're losing all those turns. You're losing, so the times in a 50-meter pool don't really equate very well. The times in a 25-meter pool, even if it's the same event.
Yes, and
because of the very thing you're talking about with the turns.
Yeah, the turns in the 500 really. You don't get that if it's a 50-yard pool.
You get half as many.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now Logue is keeping it up.
Yeah, he is. He's doing pretty well.
He is doing. If he can eliminate. So look, he's got a quick and a slow, quick and a slow. You don't want to. I should not be able to stand up here and be like, oh, that's a quick and a slow. It should be the same.
Yeah.
It should be like a metronome on the piano, or a musical instrument. You want to make your stroke as consistent, pace-wise as possible, because you wouldn't think that that second slow would slow you down a little bit, but it kind of does. And the reason why he's doing that is because it's the breath. Yeah. So a lot of times when you got to tell your swimmers, you got to make sure that you're kicking through the breath, that you're doing all of that, and that's what he is trying to reach there. And let's look at Sam here.
17. It's you bring up a really good point. The kick is so often overlooked. The line share of the push is coming from your upper body, but your legs become dead weight if you're not keeping them up on the surface and having a good cadence with your kick and a good kick.
Well, and also what the kick does, in addition to what you just mentioned, the kick is what keeps your body in the line that you want to be. Because if you don't kick,
they're sinking.
You're sinking. Yeah. So that means your upper body is coming up, and if your upper body's coming, you're instead of swimming flat, you have to take a lot more strokes.
Right. See, he's picked up the
kick. He's definitely picked up.
He's driving it home.
He is definitely driving it home.
Let's see how he does here.
He's
going to drop. Oh, he dropped. He drops, 7 seconds? 6 seconds.
Yeah, Logue Shriver, time of 5:28.18 in first.
Yes. And so Sam might break the 6 minutes. He's about ready to drop 16 seconds. And
that's a good swim for him, for sure.
Yeah, he's about ready to break 6 minutes, which, I mean.
Yeah, Logue's a senior or junior, so he's got another year to whittle that down.
And look, they're all doing. And we failed to mention poor Andrew Butcher over here. All three of these. So for those at home, barring a DQ, all three of these are going to states because the top three go. So.
And he's a sophomore, so
and yes,
he's got 2 more years to.
Yes, and all of them did exactly what your coach wanted to. They dropped at least 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Logue dropped a lot of seconds. He dropped 6 seconds.
Sam, I think it was like 27 seconds.
Yeah, Sam dropped 27 seconds.
A lot more. That was a great race for him.
All right, and in case you all are wondering, I know we were after the girls 500-yard freestyle. Scores-wise, Fairmont Senior, 79 points in first place. Spring Mills second, 54. Washington third, 49. Martinsburg fourth, 36. Musselman fifth, 22. Jefferson tied for fifth with Musselman at 22. East Fairmont seventh at 21. Hedgesville eighth at 10. North Marion.
And those are the women's scores.
Those are the women's scores.
Hope I got you. Sorry about that, Colin.
You're good. I think I just retangled ourselves. That works. I was just standing up now. Took a break off my legs during those relays. So we're now at event number 15, the girls 200-yard freestyle relay.
All right, and this is what you got try to get your 4 big dogs in the race, and then of course this heat they're definitely trying to.
It's like there's 2 Hedgesville teams. Do I see a team in
there? No, there was a mistake. That was
Hampshire?
That's Hampshire. Yeah, that is a misprint. They just happened to. It just happened to do that at the end, and.
So it's lane 3, Hedgesville, lane 4, Washington, lane 5, Musselman, lane 6, North Marion.
That's right.
I like this 200 free relay. It's fast. You can put all your juice into a quick 50, and hopefully the exchanges to your teammates are good and solid.
Yep.
That's where you lose time on the relays, is making sure you're getting in the water quickly. Like, she was a little late there. You could tell there was a delay in her getting off the block.
Well, a lot of time. Oh, look at Musselman kind of pulling off on the turn, and look at Washington right behind. Here we go. That's why I said you're never comfortable just because you see someone two body length of a lead. That doesn't always mean that they're going to get that. Now, Washington won that on the turn, as I've been saying all day. The Musselman swimmer lifted the head up before the breath, and the Washington swimmer did not, and that's why you see a whole body length. And so now let's see what happens here.
Yeah, that was Amelia Dardaris, by the way, that took that lead for Washington home.
And look, now you can see the arm pace from Musselman. They might be able to catch it. It depends on that turn. Can we keep it up? Ooh, this is going to be a tight one. But sometimes your other swimmers are able to to get you, even if you know that the person at the end is someone that swims faster, they're still able to bail you out at the end.
That was Rose Puzzini who anchored that Washington win.
Washington in first. Musselman takes second. What's that? Hampshire in third. And fourth, North Marion.
And while we wait for the next one, I'll read the guys' scores. So in first place right now we have Jefferson at 58 points. Second place, Washington at 48 points. Third place, Fairmont Senior with 37. Hedgesville fourth with 33. Also tied with Spring Mills at 33. Musselman sixth with 22. East Fairmont seventh with 14th. North Marion eighth with 6. And Martinsburg ninth with 1 point.
All right, well, I'm going to just put it out there that I really hope my daughter's relay wins this race.
They are in lane 3, going down the line quickly in heat 2 of this girls' 200-yard freestyle. Lane 2 is Hedgesville. Lane 3 is Martinsburg. Lane 4, Fairmont Senior. Lane 5, Spring Mills. Lane 6, Jefferson. Lane 7, East Fairmont.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've talked about Abby Vass, and there she is leading rather than anchoring the relay.
And that's because she just swam the 500, so you never know if she's going to be able to have enough gas. But
she looks pretty strong, and we'll get an idea of her split here.
But I'm
27:09, which is a little higher than the 26-something she swam when she won. And I think that's faster than her 50 seed time from earlier this morning.
But right now, Spring Mills has a lead. And they were, whenever they did this, Spring Mills is about 2 or 3 seconds. They were seated 2 or 3 seconds slower than Fairmont Senior. But we also know that Martinsburg, just because you see that big distance, we still have your daughter coming.
Well, that's quite a
gap, but you never know. And see now Fairmont Senior's pulling ahead with that dive. So let's see what happens here on the turn. And now we could see some people really like that gap, so they can really push it. But look at that turn. Fairmont Senior just had enough extension and reach.
That was a good turn.
This is going to be the one.
We'll see how Lily does, but that's quite a gap.
That is quite a gap. She might be able to get the second, but look at the distance. This is what I'm talking about with the arm speed. So, Spring Mills and Fairmont Senior, they were tied, but look at Alexis Ramsey's arm speed. That was what was able to propel her to a full body's length. Whenever they got into the water, they were just within hands of each other. But there's nothing to be ashamed of for either Fairmont Senior or Spring Mills, who will automatically qualify with their 150s, which are amazing times, much faster than their seed times. And that 155 that Martinsburg got, that is that puts them at the blue line. And remember, blue is good, green's bad. So that puts them about the 13th or 14th. That's kind of where they were whenever they came in. The fourth place relay at 159.65, that is definitely outside of the right now of
good race there between Fairmont and Spring Mills.
Definitely, and it was just that end. It was, the arm speed is very important in the 50 freestyle. You got to pick a good tempo, and a lot of times the tempo is determined off of your start, which is why you want a good start, because if you don't kick hard enough off the start, or you don't get a good explosion, you can't move your arms fast enough. It takes you forever to get there.
On to event number 16, the boys 200-yard freestyle relay now. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 3 is Hampshire. Lane 4, Fairmont Senior. Lane 5, Martinsburg. Lane 6, North Marion.
All right, and I will join you all here in a second. I'm going to go for my 200-yard freestyle relay, so I will be back.
All right, we'll see you, Coach.
Yep, we'll keep an eye on lane 4.
Keep your headphones warm
the
for
second
you.
one. So it looks like right now in the lead is lane 4, Fairmont Senior, with a pretty big lead from Carter Southern, the sophomore, going into the pool now.
He's got a nice
Brady
stroke.
McMullen.
Yeah, Carter Southern, a big, tall, lanky kid that
Ethan Thomas, and then Parker Agony from Martinsburg now.
Swam a 23.97 split in that.
Sammy Findo to Jordan Cox for North Marion, and for Hampshire, Caleb McDuffie to Ryan Quick.
goodness, that's in Heat 1. 23.97 on that split. That's impressive.
Yeah, 149.42 is the best time for Fairmont Senior. That's pretty competitive looking at the rest of Heat 2 right now. So we'll have to remember that Fairmont Senior time compared to Heat 2 later on. But right now at 53.96 for Fairmont Senior, pretty solid.
Yeah, because of that 23.97. That's actually lightning fast.
Yeah, that was a great job by the sophomore and Carter Southern.
Yeah, he's got a bright future ahead of him if he sticks with it.
On to the anchor leg now. Fairmont Senior still in first. It's Grant Broadhurst into the pool for the Polar Bears.
Billy McCune in the water for the Martinsburg High School team. Great
Here we go.
kid,
Keep an eye on what time Fairmont Senior finishes at 1:45.6.
That puts him squarely in the. Well, that beats 2 of the seed times of the
1:45.6.
upcoming heats. That's a good. That's a good run.
Martinsburg in second with a time of 1:56.85. Third, Hampshire with 2:05.13. North Marion.
I'm going to have to go back through this and look for that Carter Southern out of Fairmont. I mean, I'm very impressed with that split. I can't get over it. I mean, he's got to be. I didn't pick up on him earlier in the meet.
On to Heat 2 now. Spring Mills in lane 2. Hedgesville in lane 3. Lane 4 is Musselman. Lane 5, Washington. Lane 6, Jefferson. And lane 7, East Fairmont.
It's going to be a good race. We'll get to see. You got the Gottlieb boy and Logue Shriver and Nick Lugo, Luke Vines, all on that Jefferson team. But they're still seated third. So Musselman, Scott Sawyer Wright, who's had a great meet today, anchoring that relay for Musselman. I gotta say, Jefferson is in the lead. That's a good lineup they have. I'm not surprised that they're leading right now. Turn was a little off. He got a little deep on it, but he's still ahead. Oh, that. Oh my goodness!
Oh wow, Musselman's
the block
has just snapped on him mid-race.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
I don't know what they're going to do.
They're okay, and
yeah, they're stopping the race. You can't finish the race.
Yeah. So we'll have to hold off.
You got that? Pan in on that. That it looks like there's an elbow there that looks
they're
like
still trying to stop the race, but the racers are not hearing it. But this is going to be interesting, especially because of
they're going to have to
just going and now being tired. This could hurt times. Yeah, they're going to have to run everything again. Hopefully nobody was injured from Musselman as well.
He looked okay, but that thing gave way. The question is, are we going to be able to fix that block for the rest of the meet? Because that's lane 4.
Yeah, that's lane 4, the lane to be in.
Yeah. So it looks like either something snapped or the bolt popped out that holds that thing.
Wow.
You see it? Yeah.
Trying to see.
It looks like it broke.
Zoomed in if it completely snapped into a 90-degree angle.
I don't think there's a. We got a.
Duct tape can't fix that. That's for sure.
That's right. Our good cameraman here is getting a view of that. There is no bolt
it's
there.
Nick Verzolini running a camera.
That looks
surprisingly.
That looks like that just
getting
snapped.
a gold star today.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
They're gonna
fix that.
And they're going to get a new block. That thing's torn. I mean, that metal just snapped. Well, when you got big strong swimmers standing up on that thing, it still shouldn't break though. But yeah, they're going to have to put a new block on.
Do they have one though?
That's a good question. And it'll take them. It's bolted into the floor, so they'll have to.
We're going to step aside and take a break.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
This
Too bad
is going to be a while in what was very intense race. I mean, looking up at the times, even though it stopped, there were Hedgesville in the lead with a 1:39.52. Jefferson 1:39.59. Really, close to one another and shaving time off. But hopefully now they're going to be able to catch their breath and figure this out. But
they're going to have to do something.
Back at the studio, I don't know obviously how long this is going to be, but we'll take a 5-minute break for now and see the progress from there and come back and maybe give some results and get you an update. But for now, let's take a 5-minute break. This is the West Virginia High School Region 2 Swimming Championships on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. We're back in 5 minutes.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear the latest in local sports.
Spring Mills Hedgesville Martinsburg went 2-2. Martinsburg might be looking like the favorites right now because the most recent meetings against Spring Mills and Hedgesville, they were the victors in. But you never know. Any given night, these teams can win.
Tune into the Sports Mix with Spencer, Nick, and Colin. Weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio, WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Looking to buy a home in the Eastern Panhandle? Thinking about making that big move but don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group. Chris is a Martinsburg High School graduate and knows the local market, and he's proven it for the past 15 years at Milestone Real Estate Group. Looking to sell or buy a home? Phone 304-579-7349. That's 304-579-7349. Or go to callchrisross.com. Making milestones is our business.
Catch the excitement of high school basketball on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10, featuring the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference.
Barkley's got the steal all by himself. He'll go up for the two-handed slam dunk.
All 6 EPAC schools' regular season and postseason live here.
Now for the Clark from 3, and that's through. LeClay Clark nails it.
Time to start the fourth quarter for Musselman. Slick now driving the right side, and it is rejected by foul.
Your home for local sports is right here on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10.
When kids are small, we tend to spend most of our time saying no instead of yes. As our parents and grandparents age, we sometimes say no to visits instead of yes. Life can be overwhelming, and sometimes it's nice to say yes to making memories and starting a future. By playing the West Virginia Lottery, you're saying yes to tomorrow's leaders and today's seniors, and furthering the beauty of the Mountain State. When you play, you say yes to West Virginia.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
The American College of Emergency Physicians recently announced that WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center's Emergency Department has once again achieved the Bronze Standard Level 3 Geriatric Emergency Department accreditation. This program recognizes emergency departments that provide excellent care for older adults and have geriatric appropriate equipment and supplies available. Berkeley Medical Center's Emergency Department is one of 2 geriatric accredited emergency departments in West Virginia. WVU Medicine, leading healthcare here and everywhere.
Rock's Grab and Go is made fresh daily. Grab and Go, now available at Rock's local market. Rock's Grab and Go is made fresh daily. Grab and Go, now available at Rock's local market.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Looking to get your special someone the perfect gift? How about a dream vacation exploring destinations abroad? Or maybe visit Alaska? What about Rio, Budapest, or Taiwan? Maybe your dream vacation is on the seas, cruising to multiple destinations. Well, start here with the travel agency of Dream Vacations in George Wisdom. Visit vacationsmiles.com. Vacation Smiles last a lifetime, so allow George Wisdom to provide you the vacation experience you've always desired and deserve. The Wellness Center for West Virginia High School Region 2 Swimming Championships just received word probably 45 seconds ago now that they are taking a 20-minute break to get this issue resolved.
Looks like
as you can see on our TV screen right now, completely snapped in half Lane 4's board during the heat number 2 of the boys 200-yard medley relay. So they're taking a 20-minute break. The pool's been cleared. Not sure if they have a spare or what's going to happen. Don't obviously want to speculate, but this obviously is an issue. I don't know if it's going to be able to be repaired or if they just will completely remove it and going to have to reseed the rest of the afternoon. But it was an interesting problem that nobody here, I think, has ever seen before, and obviously we haven't, as this is only year number 2 of broadcasting these, Nick. But
just in general, it's like something that doesn't happen. You know, you would think like it's like the basketball hoop just snapped in half in the middle of the game or something like that. Like, I don't really know how this happened, but obviously, you know, this is concerning. Luckily, nobody was hurt. That's the number one thing. Everybody appears to be okay. So, because obviously, you know, all of a sudden, just something, if you were up on it when it broke, you know, you could have fallen into the pool in a weird way or whatever the case may be. But this doesn't look like, to me, something that's very fixable.
Yeah.
Because unless you just happen to have a spare metal that you can just, you know, reinsert into the middle. So the reason why, too, is you can't just, like, go with the other lanes. Well, most of the time we have to use all 8 lanes, and then not only that, but the 4th lane does have some advantage to it, right? Because you're in the middle of the pool, so you get, like, I believe there's an advantage there. That's why typically the 1 is always in the middle. I don't know exactly what it is, but it probably has something to do with just being in the middle of the pool. Gives you a little bit of an edge. So there is a toolkit out, but I mean, this looks like something that wouldn't be an easy replacement unless you
just received word from our cameraman Braden Schaffner that right now the time frame is that we will not be back to resuming action until 2 p.m., so 14 minutes from now. But as we did earlier, we can go through the events so far that we have had since event number 8, the boys 50-yard freestyle. And that it was in heat number 1, Sean Vitrell placing first, Bonner in second, Gales in third, and then fourth was McDuffie. In heat 2, taking first was Lardy of Martinsburg. Freeman came in second from East Fairmont, and Lester in third. In the third heat of the boys 50-yard freestyle, Justin Brewer came in first, Carter Piles in second, Caden Lassier in third. In heat number 4, and first was Brandon Hayden. Christian Cox came in second, Ethan Powers in third. And in heat 5, it was Grant Broadhurst in first, and second was Carter Southern, and in third was Justin Gottlieb. In event 9, the girls 100-yard butterfly. First was Samantha Stevens, second, Rendijo Wolford, and third, Alyssa Dolores in heat 1. In heat 2, and first, it looks like, was trying to make out your handwriting here. Nick, first, you see which line you put that in? It's kind of in between here, yeah.
We had first there, looks like that was a spearing from what I remember. Maya Spearing had won that one. Second was Sage Day, and then third was Sophia Bonner in that one.
All righty. Thank you there for
I kind
the
of
assist.
Had a weird angle when I was writing there, and it didn't really turn out too well. But
Heat 3 of the girls' 100-yard butterfly, and first was Alexis Ramsey, second, Audrey Drennan, and third, Brogdon Barlow. In the boys' 100-yard butterfly, Heat 1, first was Augustin Hall, second was Liam McCarthy, and third was Imihan Kisan. In Heat 2, it was Nick Lugo taking first, as well as breaking another regional record as he broke his record from last year. And second was Ishan Hattie, and in third was Daniel Sandlin. In event 11, the girls' 100-yard freestyle, and first was Caitlin Hall, second Eleanor Caputer, and third Catherine Dossie.
There appears to maybe be some progress here on this lane 4. It looks like they're trying something.
I don't know what they're going to be able to try. It's kind of hard, obviously, from
the angle they have, but I mean,
angle
they are
to
working on it.
As I said jokingly earlier, I don't think duct tape can fix
that.
it. Can you weld it, maybe? It looks like they're trying to honestly tape it. Is that what I just saw him hand? I don't know. But back to...
I mean, they're pulling it up, Colin. It looks like potentially, or at least
I don't know.
Trying to do something.
That'd be awesome if they can, but...
I don't know. It definitely looked like something that I wouldn't feel safe about going.
Exactly.
Like
you just saw this. Oh no, they're just there. We go. There you go.
So maybe they do potentially have another one. I wasn't sure if they were fixing it there or if that was.
Nope. They just completely took it away.
I don't think you would just have another half of the because it's like a metal pole that's going into the ground.
Right.
I don't think they just have like another one of those laying around. Like,
I don't too.
Remember the half that snapped off last time? We can just kind of re-put that in there. So
I don't think there's been a last time.
No, probably not. I mean, I would presume you would have to replace these every couple of years. You know, maybe every 5-10 years you just have to replace them because they probably get old and there's that risk of them potentially snapping. I don't know. But
do you think there's a warranty?
I would
lifetime
presume,
warranty, maybe?
I don't know. We'd have to ask Chauncey, right? He's kind of in charge of these things.
Yeah, but he's not here. He's in Alabama.
Very true. So, without lane 4, can they even continue? I guess it becomes the question.
Don't know. I hope so, obviously.
Yeah.
They're putting a safety cone over this now to make sure that nobody can
the other
trip
thing,
over it. Obviously, now it's kind of a safety hazard. That's just pointy metal
you have
in
to
the middle.
Continue, really, because, I mean, Region 2, and like we mentioned before, every regional is today. So, in order for teams to qualify and for individuals to qualify for states, we need to finish this thing. So, it may not be fair necessarily, but you might just have to take out lane 4 and go with the other lanes. I mean, but then there's always the fact that we have 8 people trying to race in most of these races. Not all of them, but a good bit. So, actually, looking from here on out, there's only a few with 8,
but
so we might be
still,
okay. But and I know the 4th, obviously,
even if they don't go a full 8, typically every one they use lane 4 in.
Yes, I'm saying that you just would have to suck it up. I mean,
I guess.
I hate to put it that way, but
no, I think you're 100% right in that. That just gonna have to suck it up and move on. But yes, it's going to be very interesting as now the second part of the broken board has been removed.
That part out,
yeah,
so, yeah, but like I said, I don't think they just are able to fix that, in a few moments.
So, back to a review of the results so far. In the girls' 100-yard freestyle, heat number 2, taking first place was Delaney McNellis. Taking second was Willis, and third was Miller. In heat number 3, it was Primo taking first, Eccles taking second, and Quinn taking third, followed by McKinnon in fourth. Heat 4-5, taking first was Farrell, second was Boyles, third was Peterson, and fourth was Clemens. On to event 12, the boys 100-yard freestyle. Taking first was Andrew Franks. Taking second was Neely. Taking third was Cox. Welcome back, Gerald. You've missed a lot, buddy. We'll recap you when you come back. But
Gerald just
heat 2.
zooms on my great shot of replacement.
Yeah, Carter Piles took first in heat 2 of 5. Taking second was Blackwell. Taking third was Taller, and taking fourth was Pletcher. Heat 3 of 5 in the boys 100-yard freestyle. Taking first was Twyman, second was Brewer, third was McMullen, and fourth was Lester. Heat 4 and first with Powers, second was Lassier, third was Hayden, fourth was Enterline, and fifth was McCune. And in Heat 5, taking first was Sawyer Wright, second was Grant Broadhurst, and third was Spencer Lefebvre. The girls' 500-yard freestyle, Heat 1, Anna Segrist took first, McKenna Lehman Cutlip took second, Madison Henry took third, Samantha Stevens took fourth. In Heat 2 of the girls' 500-yard freestyle, taking first was Ashlyn Bennington, second was Brenna Waldron, third was Abby Vass, fourth was Kaylin Wallace, fifth was Beatrice Clevenger, sixth was Cayman Alter, and seventh was Lene Street. The boys' 500-yard freestyle, taking first was Luke Shriver, second was Sam DiGiovanni, and in third was Andrew Butcher. Event 15, the girls' 200-yard freestyle relay. In Heat 1, taking first place was Washington, second was Musselman, third was Hampshire, fourth was North Marion, fifth was North Marion, excuse me. So did I have that flipped? Hold on here. First was Washington. I messed it up because at lane 2 we had somebody in there, but that's scratched out. So Hampshire took third, Washington first, second was Musselman, fourth was North Marion. There we go, yes. Got it now. The fifth is the other Heat 2, and first was Martinsburg, second Fairmont Senior, first Fairmont Senior, second Spring Mills, third Martinsburg, fourth Jefferson, fifth Hedgesville, sixth East Fairmont. The boys' 200-yard freestyle in first was Fairmont Senior in Heat 1. Martinsburg took second, Hampshire took third, and North Marion took fourth. And here we are in Heat 2, awaiting what we're going to do after the broken board in lane 4. So let's now step aside and take a few-minute break. Since we were told it was going to come back here at 2 o'clock, let's take a 4-minute break, Spencer, and then we will come back. Again, a 4-minute break. This is West Virginia High School Region 2 Swimming Championships on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear interviews with prestigious guests.
Since you had that reunion, do you have a favorite memory from that season or maybe a funny story you'd like to share with our audience?
John Madden, the late, great John Madden, came out to our practice on, Thursday. He turned to those guys and he said, this game ain't going to be close. These guys are going to kill Buffalo.
Tune into the Sports Mix, weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV 10, and streaming live on the TV 10 Facebook page.
Let's go! Drink some beer! beers, Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers, Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
I'm Rusty, and I'm the owner of Mountaineer Roasting. I discovered a passion for coffee during a study abroad trip to Nicaragua. I wanted to take that passion to grow the coffee industry here in my home state. A huge part of making that possible was the Promise Scholarship that I received. I'm really proud that our coffee is statewide and even in our state parks.
Proceeds from the West Virginia Lottery has helped generate more than $3.7 billion in education for students like Rusty. When you play, you say yes to West Virginia.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies. From small beginnings and over a century later, we maintain our dedication to our policyholders to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. Protecting everything from your home to your business has never been easier. Our team is here to ensure that you, your family, and your assets are taken care of. We enjoy giving back and doing our part to keep Martinsburg a great place to be.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Wellness Center. Looks like we're about to restart the relay after they were able to reseed everything, which, as Colin, you come back right at the perfect time. So, Colin, it sounds like we're going to reseed, which is what you and I have kind of
there's kind of no other option, it seems like, with lane 4 being eliminated from contention today.
Yeah, so we'll see kind of how things play out now, because obviously, you know, this changes what lane you're in, and especially for the race that was about, what, 3/4 of the way through when this thing snapped, and now we'll just have to, like, kind of wait and see how it turns out overall. But, you know, you hope that the standings, I guess, are similar to how they were going at that time, just because it would feel kind of unfair. But obviously, in a situation where just something random like that happens, you know, nobody can really control it. But the boys are getting back out there, so it looks like we will pick things back up here pretty soon, Colin.
Yeah, I'm just rewriting down from the heat number 1 perspective, as that did get to take place already. It's heat number 2 in this boys 200-yard freestyle that we are waiting for again. It was Fairmont Senior taking first, followed by Martinsburg in second, Hampshire in third, and then North Marion in fourth in heat 1. And a number to keep an eye on with Fairmont Senior, a time of 1:45.6, taking first place there. So with no lane 4 now, that time is huge compared to the best times for everybody else. In lane 1, Spring Mills, a 2-3 second difference between that time and Fairmont Senior's time today. Hedgesville, a time of 1:44.92 should be all right, unless they go over. Musselman, a 1:42.58 should be okay. Washington, 1:44.34. Jefferson, 1:46.67, so keep an eye on them. Then East Fairmont, 1:49.16. So Fairmont Senior took first last heat in lane 4. and now we have no lane 4.
Yeah.
And you can't really force Heat 1 to go again, can you?
No, they won't do that. I don't really
they're
see
not,
any
but
reason to do
I was
that.
just saying you can't.
They're just going to, like we said, I mean, you just kind of have to, it is what it is. Nobody can really control what happened. The most positive thing is, like I said, nobody was injured when this thing snapped. And it's just kind of a fluke situation here where now, things change a little bit, but you adjust and, hopefully they're able to, I guess, continue to swim at a high level, because for the teams that were involved and for the swimmers that were involved in those swims, not only do you have to kind of restart it and redo this meet, but also the fact that what I was going to say was that if you are a swimmer that competes in this relay that also swims again later, you did have to swim a little bit longer than maybe you would have in a normal day, which I don't know if it affects you too much, but it was something extra you had to do today because of kind of a fluke scenario. So it could affect things, but hopefully just good thing is everybody's healthy and we'll have things continue here relatively soon. I would imagine they're just kind of going over with everybody now what lane you're in and stuff like that.
Because you also got to remember now those that are recording everybody's time had to move too. So now different people are recording a different team's time. You can see right below us right now they're still lining up the girls' 100-yard backstroke next, making sure that they know which lane they're in now.
We can't see that, but we can see.
Everybody has been changed, and finally we are resuming action after the pause of about 25-30 minutes.
It looks a little weird, though, with no lane 4.
Yes, it does.
It is what it is.
And we're off. In lane 1, it's Spring Mills. Lane 2, Hedgesville. Lane 3, Musselman. Lane 5, Washington. Lane 6, Jefferson. And lane 7, East Fairmont. Currently in first, it looks like it's Jefferson.
Which is how it was last time. So, at least so far, things are playing out the same.
Split at 24-21 on the first leg for Jefferson.
That's a good time.
Yes. Stone first. Split now for Jefferson at 50-66. Seconds, Musselman. Third, right behind him is Hedgesville, then Spring Mills, East Fairmont, and Washington. The third leg of 4 as the anchor legs all onto the boards. Jefferson, Musselman, Washington. Still all neck and neck amongst one another. It's Jefferson slightly ahead of Musselman. Nick Lugo trying to close it out for the Cougars.
Jefferson, Washington, Musselman, neck and neck, Colin. Did you ever think that?
Always is. Jefferson finishes in first, a time of 1:39.34 for the Cougars. And second was Musselman, a time of 1:41.24. Third was Hedgesville, time of 1:42.65. Fourth was Spring Mills with a time of 1:45.69. Then followed by Washington and East Fairmont. Now go to the girls' 100-yard backstroke. In heat 1 of 5 in lane 3 is Delaney, lane 5 is Packwood, and lane 6 is Raider.
So we have to add a extra heat here, Colin, because of obviously lane 4 being out. So we now have 5 heats instead of 4 in event 17. You like the backstroke?
I never competed in any, so I don't know if I have a favorite. What about you?
I've never been a competitive swimmer, but I don't know. I just think it always looked like a difficult one.
I feel like it's the most relaxing one, almost.
Yeah, but I feel like it would be kind of difficult, I guess, to know your exact location.
Yes, you really have to trust your count, and
so I feel like it takes a little bit more skill.
you know, also you can look at the lane and see when you hit the blue that you're close to the wall.
It's true. Yeah.
That'll help a bit, but right now it's Rader, Packwood, Delaney.
At Reese's Senior Bowl, starting about 30 minutes, Colin.
There you go.
Should be exciting to see Tyson Bagent today. I'll probably at least
Rader
check
takes
out the
first.
highlights.
Yep, I got it recording for me. Delaney takes second. And Packwood will take third in the girls' 100-yard backstroke, heat 1 of 5. And fun debate always is with Reese's. Are you more a fan of the chocolate or the peanut butter?
Peanut butter.
Peanut butter?
Yeah.
Me too.
I don't know if I've really been ever a fan of just the chocolate. I feel like just the Reese's peanut butter cups are like the go-to. Is there just a Reese's chocolate cup? Or are you
No, I
saying,
just
like,
mean like
the peanut butter
combination. Which one, if you had to live without the other, would you choose?
I was really confused there, Colin.
I
thought
apologize.
there was some sort of Reese's chocolate cup that I didn't know existed, and I was like,
I mean, there's the chocolate bar, but that's Hershey,
Right.
which is same group. But
yeah. I don't know. But yes, the peanut
Heat
butter,
2.
I guess, is better than the chocolate. I don't know.
Lane 1, Sierra Gay of Martinsburg. Lane 2, Nadia Madden-Spatcher of Musselman. Lane 3, Jalissa Smith of Hampshire. Lane 5, McKaylee Schreer of North Marion. Lane 6, Caitlin Hall of Hedgesville. Lane 7, Dejo Wolford of Hampshire. And Nick, as you said, we now have 5 heats instead of 4 in this one.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird then that they only did 3 in the first one, but I presume there's some sort of reason for that.
Not sure. John back. Yep, all they did was remove it. Had to reseed everything, so the heat sheet that you probably have is no longer accurate. But back in heat 2 of 5
James
for the
was
girls,
working
100-yard
on
backstroke.
trying to get us another one if he could, but
Hall takes first place with a time of 1:38.59. That shaves off a lot of time for Hall. Great race there. Smith in second. Third was Schreier. Fourth was Madden-Spatcher. Fifth was Gay. And sixth was Wolford. In heat 3 of 5 now, in lane 1 will be Angel Nagley. Lane 2, Nadia Rosinski. Lane 3, Kiara Strowski. Lane 5, Addison Gamber. Lane 6, Delaney McNellis. Lane 7, Amethyst Duke. And lane 8, Chloe Kushwa.
you know what's kind of interesting, Colin? Just looking at the rosters, we have quite a few freshmen and sophomores in these heats. That means there's a lot of young athletes here on the girls' side that are competing at a high level here today.
Right now, the outside lanes currently with the advantage. It's like lane 1 in the lead, followed by lane 8 and then 2.
And Nagley, the Spring Mills senior.
Nagley still looks like slightly in the lead, ahead of Duke in lane 7. Duke might have just passed her, though, on the kickover from the wall. It's like Duke has the lead just slightly, but Nagley really kicking here, trying to surpass Duke. And I think she did so. Both coming into the wall. Who has the better touch? It's Nagley taking it for first place in heat number 3. Looks like they had a miss-hit of the wall, because it still looked like Duke, or excuse me, Cushwa. Or was that Duke? Cushwa took it. So now heat 4. It's Day, the freshman from Martinsburg, in lane 1. Lane 2 is Hugus. Lane 3 is Elliott. Lane 5 is Wallace. Lane 6, Casto. Lane 7, Fonts. And lane 8, Willis. Again, for those that might just be tuning in, no more lane 4. Even though it's visible, there's no more diving board to jump into the pool off of, as it snapped a short while ago. And did you find anybody, James, that can say they've seen this happen before?
No, I don't think so. Now, there was a time during COVID where we had to put our own diving blocks in. That makes sense when they fall, but these things are, as you can tell, they're like welded in. So, and then of course everyone, thank goodness you guys are live streaming this, because everyone's showing me the replay of literally how the swimmer. I didn't see that. I was more upset that my first and second swimmer didn't get good times, and then I realized, well, what in the world's going on? And then I realized it was the starting block. So, but yeah, lucky, because that could have been a concussion right there. So
yes,
well, like it was lucky that it wasn't.
Elliott will take first here in heat 4-5. Wallace takes second. Third will be Casto, followed by Willis in fourth. And we now go to heat 5 of 5 in this girls 100-yard backstroke. Lane 1 will be Foot. Lane 2, Hamilton. Lane 3, Bennington. Lane 5, Reisenweber. Lane 6, Driver. Lane 7, Armistead. Lane 8, Lehman Cutlip.
All right, and I'm going to apologize to people. I got you the last heat sheet that they were giving out. So if I just call out lanes, I do apologize in advance here.
I'll share with you.
Awesome.
Unless you have it.
I do not have it. They didn't give it to me.
I know.
And look at the distance here.
So we got the golden ticket right here.
You did get the golden ticket. So far we're like neck to neck. And then we got some results coming. And look at lane 3. They on that turn right there. I believe that's Bennington. So this is a tight one.
Yep. Looks like Reisenweber slightly in the lead against Driver, both touching the wall at about a.
But look at that turn.
0.8-second difference.
So that turn, she had just a little bit of about an elbow's length from her and the swimmer beside, but that turn, she kind of stopped a little bit.
If it's Reisenweber and Driver neck and neck, but Reisenweber,
she's got to push it. She's got to
getting really close to the edge of the lane.
But look at the race for third here. Who's going to get it? So close. And
Bennington will take third. Hamilton takes fourth. But your first place is Reisenweber. Driver second. Bennington again third. Fourth, Hamilton. 5th, Armistead. 6th was Fote. 7th, Lehman Cutlet.
All right, if we're looking at that, it looks like 4th place, that 107.71, should put them pretty close to the top 12. So you might get a wild card there that'll help them. I do have team standings that I will do here after I introduce you to this lane.
All righty. Event 18, the boys 100-yard backstroke, heat 1 of 3. Lane 2 is Blackwell. Lane 3, Gonzalez. Lane 5, Bradshaw. And lane 6, Gales.
All right. So after the 200-yard freestyle relay, Fairmont Senior girls are in first, followed by Spring Mills girls, then Washington, Martinsburg, Jefferson, East Fairmont, Musselman, Hedgesville, North Marion, and Hampshire. And then on the male side, you've got Jefferson in first place, Hedgesville second, Washington third, Spring Mills fourth, Fairmont Senior fifth, Musselman sixth, East Fairmont seventh, North Marion eighth, and Martinsburg ninth. And so we're seeing, it looks like Bradshaw over there. He's going now. What probably separates him from this heat. So look at like what lane 2 is doing under the water. It's almost like a canoe. He's pulling the water towards him. That's what's really helping. You can see in lane 5, you can see him that he is straight arm. And I almost forgot. I think I have. Okay, so after this heat, I'll have to go and work on my backstroke. But that's what you'll see in the difference between this kind of backstroke is if you see like the straight arm. That's not quite what you want. You want to like almost think of like you're doing a double arm canoe, pulling the water kind of past you. And you see the knees, so you want to make sure your legs are kind of like what lane 3 is doing there. So it's a good swim.
Bradshaw takes first. Gonzalez will take second. Blackwell takes third. Gales takes fourth.
All right, I have a backstroker in here, and hopefully, I'm worried because it's that backstroker is the same one that DQ'd earlier, and the starting block fell on him. So hopefully
nothing happens this time. Knock on wood.
Yeah, hopefully nothing wild and interesting happens this time.
We now go to heat 2. In lane 1 is Lillard. Lane 2, Adams. Lane 3, Henry. Lane 5, Strickler. Lane 6, Lambert. Lane 7, Brumall. And lane 8, Perla Lazo. It's Nick. We'll come back on. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you, Colin. It's good to be back. They're playing my song, by the way.
I hear it now. You were singing this earlier, jamming out.
New Miley Cyrus, man.
Very close right now between Lambert and Strickler in lanes 5 and 6. Looks like lane 8 is dropping out. A little bit of a cramp, hopefully nothing too bad, but fortunately he's able to get out of the pool under his own powers. That's something that you always worry about, cramping in a pool.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like too much fun.
Yeah. That's why they say if you eat or drink something, you got to wait 30 minutes, right? That was the old saying. And Strickler takes first. Lambert takes second. Third was Brumall. Fourth was Lillard. Fifth was Henry. And sixth was Adams. Now we go to Heat 3 of the boys' 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1 is Finn Schmidt of Fairmont Senior. Lane 2, Declan Hall of Hedgesville. Lane 3, Sam DiGiovanni of Spring Mills. Lane 5, Carter Southern of Fairmont Senior. Lane 6, Logan Stewart of Musselman. Lane 7, Chris Robbins of Jefferson. And lane 8, Sammy Findo of North Marion. Great start by Carter Southern so far. He's had a very impressive day. Southern really in the lead. Behind him is Sam DiGiovanni, and trying to creep up in lane 6 is Logan Stewart. Carter Southern right now. His last leg back. Can he break the record? Is the question. He's at the wall. 58:49 is Southern. 0.4 seconds away from breaking the record. So didn't get it, but still took first place.
Yeah, it's still a great swim. Even if you don't break the record, to be that close, shows the work you've put in. And did he drop his time, Colin?
Yes, he did.
That's always important as well.
Taking second was DiGiovanni. Third was Stewart. Fourth was Hall. Fifth was Robbins. Sixth was Schmidt. Seventh was Findo. On to event 19, the girls 100-yard breaststroke now. Heat 1 of 4. Lane 3 is Marks, a Musselman. Lane 5, Dolores of Hampshire. Lane 6 is Smith of Spring Mills.
So it seems like we've added probably about a heat to each event.
Yes.
Based on what was originally going to be the situation, but obviously with lane 4 snapping, you have to rearrange things a little bit, which makes it different.
We're going to have to go back and watch that because we only kind of partially
I didn't see it
saw it in our eyes. I kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye because I was getting ready to, I was watching the first two touch, and then Musselman was currently in third at the time, so getting ready to jump in, and I'm like, why isn't a Musselman person jumped in? And I'm like, oh, because the board's gone. They had more of a slope to jump in at than should have. Smith right now in the lead. In lane 6 for Spring Mills. No time for her listed to really go off of for Smith. Right now. Coming back on the final home stretch here at a minute 20, about halfway back. Madeline Smith of Spring Mills take first place with a time of 1:40.06. It's a pretty good time looking at the rest of the heats.
Yeah, especially in this heat, you're able to finish well before your competition, so almost 30 seconds ahead of everybody else. So that's pretty impressive.
So it's both Dolores and Marks now finished. Dolores takes second with a time of 2:22.14, followed by Marks. So we now head to heat number 2 of the girls 100-yard breaststroke. In lane 2 is Claire Coleman of Musselman. Lane 3, Kate Watson of Washington. Lane 5 will be Angel Nagley of Spring Mills. Lane 6, Caitlin Gillum of Musselman. And lane 7, Alexa Weller of Musselman. Looks like it's Nagley right now with an early lead. Nagley, followed by, looks like the two Musselman Lady Appleman on the outside, and Gilliam and Weller. But close to them for second right now is also Watson. Oh, hold on, John. There you go.
Oh, sorry about that.
You're good.
Nagley had a split of 52-51 at the halfway point.
All righty.
Either people will love that or hate that. You never know.
I love it. James is back for the rest of the time, he says.
That's right.
And even overtime.
Yeah, even overtime. I'll take that. All right, so we're at the breaststroke.
Yes. Heat 2.
Heat 2, and you want to make. I love the breaststroke because it's all about rhythm. And as a piano player myself, I love swimming it because it's just all about, do you have the rhythm to make it happen? And can you just extend your body? This is one of those ones that if you are trying to save your life in the middle of the ocean, this would not be the one of the four strokes you would pick because it is the slowest of the four.
Coach, talk about the rule changes over the years about the head being under the water, above the water.
Well,
my recollection was you weren't able to put your head underwater back in the day, and then that was changed, I believe. Am I reading that right?
It had the dolphin kick is what I think you're talking about. So originally,
I was talking about your head.
Your head, yes.
Yeah,
So
you weren't able to. Your head always could only be.
Well, right here
couldn't go all the way under the water.
Yeah, so there is that one. I remember like very originally, you could actually underwater dolphin on the breaststroke, like 50s, 40s.
Oh, okay.
And then, but yeah, the head changes rule. Also, they made it legal that you can actually do a dolphin kick after your turn.
Okay, I didn't know that either.
So
I knew there was some changes. I just didn't know what they were.
As you'll see, and it's where you time your dolphin that makes it. And really, like you don't want your head too far in the water. You just want you just want it equal, kind of like with the Fairmont Senior girl. I think it's Bolliard. Looks like
lane 5. Is
lane
that
5? Yeah.
Yes, that is Bolliard.
Yes, she almost has kind of like if she could just instead of her head being up like a shark, because that's what you don't want. You don't want the shark, but like look at the, how she gets her arms right by her head. That's what you're looking for.
You're looking at lane 3 now.
It's still lane 5. You're still looking at that.
Lane 3 creeping up in.
Lane 3 is creeping up.
Brooklyn Haddocks at East Fairmont, the freshman.
Yes,
and
and
this one. Only freshman in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Makes it tough with that empty lane in between them.
They would be right looking at each other.
Yeah, they'd be right next to each other, which pushes you along a little bit.
It does, and it's going to be depending on the turn. And on this wall, lane 3 got a lot farther, so I think Haddocks got a little bit farther off the turn.
So you're saying they can do a dolphin kick
right after?
Yeah, I see it. Okay, just one though. It looks
just
like.
one. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And so, but Bolliard right on the turn there. This is similar. I mean, you don't get tired, but it's slower. This is similar to the butterfly, where you only want to take 9 strokes from each 25. You don't want to take like more than 8 or 9 strokes because then it's just not efficient. And a lot of people mess up the timing. You want to have your arms and legs kick at the same time.
Right.
Some of them will do your arms and then your legs, and that's kind of an inefficient way.
It's also a whip kick, not as opposed to what I would characterize as a frog kick. Right?
Correct. Yes.
Right.
So, and really, everyone thinks the first move is out. It's actually you want to bring your heels to the butt, then you flip your feet out, and then you whip it. So
with the knees relatively close together.
Correct. Yeah. So you'll see a lot of swimmers when they go wide, they think it's faster, but it's actually really slower because you never whipped anything.
Right.
I
always thought that that kick was difficult to master.
It is. It is very difficult to master. Now, that's the only thing about breaststroke that's efficient if you're, need to save your life skills. It's the kick.
Right. Well, and I remember learning the elementary backstroke, which is basically a whip kick but on your back. I found that easier than doing it on your stomach.
Now, this is a good race between Perrott and Williams. So Perrott from Spring Mills, who was last year went to Jefferson High School. And then you have Sam Williams, who this is from Washington. This is going to be tight throughout. It's going to depend on the very last turn, who's going to have it. Right now, Perrott from Spring Mills has it, but that doesn't mean, you got the assistant coach over there, Keegan's sister, Lily. She was a breaststroker, so she.
Again, I'm a little surprised that Cassidy Driver's not swimming the breaststroke. She's always had a very strong breaststroke, and I guess swam backstroke instead of
she did, but
breaststroke,
I think,
which is not typical for her.
I think they wanted maybe Cassidy to finish first in another event. Maybe they thought they could finish first in her other events, because Emily and Cassidy were neck to neck time wise all season. So
that's right.
And like I said, it depended on that third turn, and it looks like Emily pulled it out on that third turn again. Spring Mills is trying to gun for, at least region runner-up.
1:18:48 there for Perrott.
Perrott in first, second was Williams, third was Hess.
They were real close. About
fourth was
4/10 of a second.
Fifth was Richards. Sixth is Gum. Seventh is Bake.
It looks like Burkle will be the one that she's in the green by she's number 25. It looks like off that, so that might be a little tense in the Burkle household this evening.
On to the boys, 100-yard breaststroke now, event number 20 in heat 1. It's Isaac Davis in lane 3, Matt LeBombard's in lane 5, and Jordan Cox is in lane 6.
And look at that dive now. And also here, you don't want to do a lot of head movement. You don't want to do a lot of sudden jerks with the head.
How tough is it for Isaac Davis really to have nobody next to him on either side now? Kind of swimming all alone.
It does feel weird. So for beginner swimmers, it's a lot harder than advanced swimmers. Advanced swimmers, you kind of know what your pace is in practice. You swam 3,000 yards every day of your life. You kind of know what your pace is. But for, first-year swimmers or swimmers that just swim on the high school team and never for a club team, it's really hard because you don't really know what your pace is, so it almost feels like practice. And
now, LeBombard had an older brother who was also a baseball player. That took up swimming actually very late in his
he did, and he was
in his youth and was very good.
He was a distance swimmer, if I remember correctly.
I think that's right. Yeah, he was fast.
And so, and also, you got to be careful. Also, breaststroke, you want to make sure that your arms don't go way too wide, because if it goes way too wide, you got way too much water to try to push. It's like you want as little water to pull as you go forward, And then some of these, a lot of the officials for these are looking out. So like in lane 3, you'll notice he's very close to a dolphin kick. In fact, maybe he is a dolphin kick, which is, in fact, it's usually a DQ. Yeah. It depends. They try to give a benefit of the doubt, but, you don't want, you try to avoid having the dolphin kick because that is illegal. And that happens whenever you just can't get your legs to go, your feet to go out and then together.
You can really see the inefficiency of that frog kick, too, in some of these swimmers.
Well, Bombard with a time of 1:31:57 that time, shaving off almost 16 seconds of his time.
Yeah,
that's really good.
That's a good swim for him, for sure.
Yeah, he did really good. Yeah. He looking like he might finish ahead of Burton in this heat if.
Jack Burton in lane 1. Lane 2 is Matt Falsgraf. Lane 3, Ryan Quick. Lane 5, Braden Paul. Lane 6 is Garrett Armbruster. And lane 7 is Joseph Burton.
And Falsgraf, look at how far that he kind of got off his turn. It's slowing down a little bit, but sometimes you get that good push off from the turn, and it really helps.
4 of the 6 are young freshmen, sophomores, which is good to see. I've noticed it appears, just from looking through these sheets, that Hedgesville's got a fair number of younger swimmers on,
they also have
on the boys' side.
They have a fair number of seniors as well. So of AU and Declan Hall, and I think there's someone else that's also a thank you. A lot of seniors. So now the race for first place between Quick and looks like Quick and Paul. So we come down to this turn. Notice Quick's just a little bit taller, and that turn down there is really what set them apart, because
Quick's in lane 3, Paul in lane 5 right now. Lane 6 though, Armbruster creeping up.
Yeah, he's pulling it out at the end. You can see how he's just pushing the water back and just throwing his arms just a lot more on that last 25. That's kind of what you want to do there.
First.
Looks like
Second came Armbruster, followed by Paul in third.
Quick was just quicker.
That's right. You've been waiting to say that, haven't you?
I have been.
All right. So after the backstroke, I can give you scores. So the women's scores: Fairmont Senior 112, Spring Mills 75, second place. Washington third with 60 points. Martinsburg fourth with 45. Jefferson fifth with 34. East Fairmont sixth with 29. Musselman seventh with 26. Hedgesville eighth with 21. North Marion ninth with 3, and Hampshire 10th with 2. And watch Eshawn Hattie in this one. Both Eshawn Hattie and
lane 5.
Brandon Veilleux and Spencer
Lefevre.
Yeah, both of them. All
3,
three of
5,
them,
and 6.
All of them are seniors. All of them have swam this race numerous years. Eshawn, he was the other than Nick Lugo, just by seed time, he was the only one that was seeded in like the top 6 coming into this race.
Eshawn's had a good meet today.
Yes. And so really it's going to come down to the race between Veilleux and Spencer for second. And it looks like they have two.
Hattie break the record, potentially. Time of 1:03.68 right now. He'd be pushing it.
It is pushing it.
That's a tall order.
Yeah, he just slowed down.
About 105.
And so here's the difference between Veilleux, and the reason why Veilleux pulled it out at the end. On Spencer, he doesn't get his arms enough. He doesn't pull enough water to throw him out, and that's how Veilleux was able to finish second over third, even despite the fact that Spencer was way ahead in his race. You just got to be very careful with. You got to be very careful that you try to actually pull water. It looks like a haul at 1:15.96. That isn't the dreaded green, so you don't. I'm not sure if that's going to be a wild card there. But like I said, when you do the breaststroke, you want to make sure that you actually have water to pull, or you're not going to be able to actually propel yourself forward.
Now on to the final event of the afternoon for the girls. It's the girls 400-yard freestyle relay. Heat number 1 of 2 in lane 3 is Hedgesville, lane 5 Musselman, and lane 6 Hampshire.
All right. Did I do the guys' scores?
No.
Okay, I didn't think.
If you want to, you can now.
All right. So right now the guys' scores: first place Jefferson 90 points, second place Hedgesville 59, third place Fairmont Senior 56. Fourth place, Spring Mills, 55. Fifth place, Washington with 50. Sixth place, Musselman with 42. Seventh place, East Fairmont with 20. Eighth place, North Marion with 8. And in ninth place, Martinsburg High School with 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, Martinsburg just doesn't have that many boys this year. They had more last year, graduated a few, and they were a little more competitive. You definitely need numbers.
You do. That's the same. I think Jefferson has a lot of numbers. Hedgesville has a lot of numbers. Spring Mills.
You just win by attrition.
You just win by attrition. Yeah. Like I think Martinsburg and Musselman have about 8 or 9 guy swimmers on their teams respectively. So, and then especially if you if you DQ at any of your events,
right.
you lose.
Yeah,
you lose
especially if it's
points.
a relay. Yeah, I mean,
like a team like Jefferson, they could overcome that because they've got a lot of depth that
entrance,
overcomes.
Yeah, that's right.
But if you have a team of 7 or 8, one DQ or one bad race, and the points change a little bit.
I've noticed that some of the starts, in addition to the turns, which we've talked about a lot, but some of the starts off these blocks are definitely could use some stroke and turn.
Yes,
or some extra practice on some of that. That really, I think, slows you down when you're not getting off the block.
It does. And also what you want to make sure that you get, a lot of them don't get streamlined, they don't get further out. There's all sorts of things that they do.
Well, their heads are, even some of their heads are up, which is a no-no.
And they think that if you look where you're going, it's going to make you faster, and that's not entirely the case. It's the same thing with tennis. You don't want to lift your head up whenever you swim the tennis ball, because then the ball will go where your head goes. Same thing with your body. Your body will go in all sorts of weird directions if your head is turning up. See, and people didn't know you were getting all sports lessons from the assistant swim coach here today.
Yeah, how about that? And some music lessons.
That's right.
I'm picking up on.
Yeah, and if you just saw there, you notice how they dove straight down. You want to make sure you dive out. And I know I've told my Musselman swimmers that was a Musselman person to see it. But let's look at these dives here for second place. You want to make sure we go out, but notice that they
heads up.
Yeah, the heads up.
Yeah. And her stroke looks pretty good.
Yeah,
so that's where you want to capitalize on a good start. I remember when I was teaching swimming lessons to younger kids, they were scared to put their head down when they dive into the water.
Yes.
And once they realized that it wasn't as scary as they thought it was, they usually picked it up.
Or that it's faster.
Well, yeah.
So, I don't think we were expecting the kind of the gap here that necessarily we got. We came in with a 4:49.7.
I thought you were referring back to, when you said gap, I thought you were referring back to lane 4, our lost lane 4. But yeah, there is a gap there.
Yeah, there's a.
So, those Musselmen, they dropped a full.
Brianna Shirk's still in there from Musselman.
That's right, yep, there's Brianna, yep. Okay. There she comes. And
still going to drop some time, it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to drop a fair amount, actually. Well, she's still got another.
She's still got another 50.
Still can, though.
Yeah, she's still going to drop some time. Not the 30 seconds you were waiting for. But
I
would have been really excited. Had she dropped for about 30, 35 seconds, I think I would have been.
I need one of the lane counters. I need some of the flaps over there keeping me straight.
But yeah, look. And then we've seen some breathing after the turns that we don't want to see. Like there's a breathing after a turn.
Right.
I don't know if the parents are going to let me on this broadcast again.
We will.
Sure they will. It's good to have some critique. I mean, that's what everyone needs. That.
So 2 seconds off.
That's 2 seconds. We'll take it.
There you go.
And want to make sure we got the reach and.
Hampshire comes out in second. Edgesville in third. Now on to Heat 2 of the girls' 400-yard freestyle relay. And lane 2 is Washington. Lane 3, Martinsburg. Lane 5, Fairmont Senior. Lane 6, Spring Mills. And lane 7, Jefferson.
All right. And currently seated, the top two. If states, if you just went by your time you got, if states were today, they would have finished in the top 12. That's Fairmont Senior and Martinsburg, and then you're looking at Spring Mills and Washington also qualifying. So it looks like 4 of the 5 relays in this heat could qualify, and with Jefferson being just a little bit farther out than.
Looks like Fairmont's got a pretty good lineup there. They've
retooled a little bit.
Yeah. Martinsburg's, we've got our
all senior
Czech exchange student, Pepe, as they affectionately call her. She's definitely been a good boost to the women's relays on the Martinsburg seniors.
And look at Martinsburg and Washington go. So, again, the 400's really tough because, again, the 200, it's a little bit easier. Usually have your 4 dogs in there.
Yeah, right.
But this one, you could be half, 3/4 of a length lead, and then the next swimmer comes in, and
they've got time to catch up.
They got time to catch up, and it evaporates. So,
the other thing is it's the last event, so they're probably a little worn out from some of their other races. I mean, it does build up over the morning.
It does, but also you want to start the meet well and you want to end the meet well.
That's right.
So, and that's a solid minute. That's that will get you on some guy relays right there with
that's right.
With that 1 minute from Fairmont Senior. And Martinsburg still trucking along here.
It's Cayman Alter in the water, who continues to improve.
And just look at the efficiency. So you could tell what the top 3 swimmers are doing, and as opposed to what not necessarily what the other swimmers are doing. They're not only is their arm pace pretty quick, but it ends up right almost in a streamlined position. And of course, you don't have the camera on me. I'm actually demonstrating the streamlined position up here as well. But that's what makes it. Now, I'm sure the Fairmont senior swimmer will know that you don't breathe after a turn. As I've said, if no one else learns anything else from this broadcast, if you learn nothing else from this broadcast, you'll know not to breathe after a turn. But Martinsburg seeing a solid second.
See the same thing with the dive there.
Mm-hmm.
The stroke's good. She's earnest in arm pulls.
Now watch, you can usually tell as a coach, like you can tell by like the arm pace, like if it's if someone has the arm pace that it looks like Washington's going to maybe try to keep up, or was looking like they were going to keep up.
Well,
she's closing the gap.
She is closing it.
Yep, because look at like I was saying before, you want to have the arms be right beside you, and look, she's closing the gap because it's right by her arms.
Yep.
The pace is quicker, and there's not as many breaths. Whenever you take a breath, it automatically, naturally slows you down.
A little close to the wall in that turn, too.
And then Martinsburg kind of pulled it out at the turn, but,
she's also only breathing on one side, so she can't see her.
Correct.
She's not looking at her.
Yeah, that's what you want to do as the number 3 swimmer.
Neck and neck at the wall.
I'm banking on Lily to pull out second place.
Great dive.
But maybe not as close as you think. I think this is Kaylin Wallace at the end for Washington.
Yes.
Kaylin Wallace and Lily. Yeah,
Two
so it's
seniors going at it.
It's going to be a little closer than you see. Look how close. So if we could just buckle the head down, like that's what's keeping Wallace from your daughter Rising Weber is look at the head position. Look at the head position difference.
Got a little deep on there.
So the head isn't quite forward. The head is up, and also she's like that little breath is like just slowing her down enough. But she is keeping up that race, and this is going to be a very good last 25. You were probably nervous.
I'm always nervous.
Fairmont Senior taking first still.
But that's what separated the difference between Washington and Martinsburg. With your daughter, look at how she looks like she's in a straight line the whole time. And then Kaylin Wallace, you just have that head position up, and look, all of those times, top 12 times in the state.
Drop 2 seconds.
Drop 2 seconds.
We'll take it.
They'll all take it.
That 4:04 is right about. They dropped about a half a second on that. Fairmont did.
And look, in Fairmont, they're like a top 5, top 6 team in the state. So, they come in here and Spring Mills and Martinsburg, they're not necessarily top 5, top 6 teams. They might be at the 12, 15 range. So you're seeing it, and it's in the depth. And
you factor that in. I gotta say, the Eastern Panhandle, I think, has done a very good job. All 6 of the high schools have done a good job of building swim programs without, a dedicated facility. And I'm not saying anything on Shepherd.
No.
Shepherd has limitations on what they can do, but you've got too many schools using one facility.
No, I think what you're trying to say is what I said yesterday on my interview.
We need a new pool.
We need a new pool. So
yeah, that's what I'm.
If anyone is listening
very
here,
clearly saying, yeah.
If anyone here is listening, and I think a lot of the argument with pools is they don't think it makes any money. So there's a higher initial cost. So when you have like
you
a
could
rec center,
monetize it. You wouldn't have gyms with pools in them if they couldn't monetize them properly. There's definitely a way to do it. We've actually some of us got together and had a discussion about getting the hospital, the school system, and Parks and Rec to put a group together to try to explore building something. And if I win the Powerball, it's considered a done deal. But there's bonding authority to do it with the government organizations, and there's availability of that bonding capacity in the different municipal and county governments. So it can be done. The will's got to be there. I think it's an investment in our community, not just our swim teams. It's the best form of exercise. You ask any health professional, they'll chime in agreement on that. It's something you can do all your life. It doesn't pound your joints like running or even mountain biking, which I like to do. So it really is a great form of exercise that the whole community could benefit from. And I think if we got one and gave us a couple years, I don't think it'd be long before the Eastern Panhandle swim teams were very competitive across the state of West Virginia.
Yeah, because what you would get is you would get a travel team.
You'd get travel teams. You'd get more time in the pool, which I think is really what the kids need. We compete well in baseball, basketball, and football because we've got every high school has a facility for it. Even if we shared one among the high schools here in the Panhandle, I think we'd do really well. And, back to your comment about monetizing it. I mean, families could join. Have memberships just like a regular typical gym.
It makes. I mean, just in lessons and. I believe we pay between the 6 schools. We pay easily in the $10,000 to $20,000 range for when you factor in all the practice and the hours and such here.
Sure.
So easily, just for us to come for the 2 hours that we come for this short 3-month time, easily could help you pay some bills.
Well, they'd be swimming year round. I mean, that makes a big difference too, and you see that in the programs across the country. Where they have. Legit year-round opportunity.
And one of the big ideas that you could use is Bridgeport just opened the bridge.
Oh, have you seen that? That place is gorgeous.
That place is the most gorgeous facility.
And if Bridgeport can do it, why can't we do it here in the Panhandle?
That's exactly what I always said.
That's not just an aquatic center. They've got all the ball fields. I mean, it's an incredible facility.
Yeah, it's something that easily could happen here in the Panhandle because, like you said, if Bridgeport, if Clarksburg, West Virginia, in the middle of a mountain somewhere,
that's right.
The school that is
that's right.
The schools that are 1 hour from D.C.
Well, and think about the money that could be the revenue that could be generated by the hotels and the hospitality industry. We have a club team that we have a big swim meet that comes into town. They fill up the hotels, they fill up the restaurants, and that's revenue for other parts of our economy. I think it definitely could be done. We just got to have the political will and a good plan put together to do it.
I know a delegate.
I know a couple.
Gosh, I know none.
I know a couple. I know lots of them. It can definitely be done. You just got to have the will.
I can convince them. You just put me in a room with them. I bet you I can convince them.
Well, you just, like I said, the bonding capacity is there. It's definitely something that can be done. Especially if you get the hospital involved and you get Parks and Rec involved, you get the school system involved, who would be, you would think would be naturally vested in that.
Well, plus you can
keeps kids out of trouble too. That's just like all of our youth sports, and not all of our youth are interested in playing a game with a ball. They like swimming or they like doing something different.
Yeah, I've always advocated for years and how you can just do it. You can just do it right. It would be
this facility right here I think all in was about $25 million. Now, granted, that was several years ago. But the facility we're in right now, which is a beautiful facility, I think that's about what the cost was. I may be off a little, but not much.
And I don't think a pool facility versus a gym facility is that much of a difference. So
no, it's not. It's not.
So in that heat, East Fairmont took first, Martinsburg took second, and Hampshire took third, and we're now to the final heat of the day.
It is.
The boys 400-yard freestyle relay in lane 2, Washington, lane 3, Hedgesville, lane 5, Jefferson, lane 6, Musselman, and lane 7, Spring Mills.
Now I stepped out for a minute after the starting block problem.
Mm-hmm.
Did they finish that other relay that
they
we were in?
Did, yes.
They did.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you got similar lineups here. I noticed on the Jefferson team that you got some of the same kids that were in that.
Yes.
On that other team, and I think they were ahead when the block broke.
Yeah, they were, and they still ended up winning, and we still ended up finishing second.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Oh, I'm looking off my old ones. Did they switch them up?
Yeah, there's no more lane 4.
No more lane 4.
No, I just meant some of the swimmers. I guess the same kids.
Same kids, yeah.
Okay.
It's Miles for Washington, Hall for Hedgesville, Shriver for Jefferson, Twyman for Musselman, and Schlosser for Spring Mills. Now it should be for Washington, Powers, Butchers, Hedgesville, Robbins, Jefferson, Cox, Musselman, and Bender for Spring Mills.
I think we've got a race here.
We do have a race. They're all
within striking distance.
They're all within striking distance. And here's the thing: we want all 5 of these. If they can break about 4 minutes or be at about 4:04, will be state qualifying or state relays. It's just
and 3 have done so already. Musselman,
Yes.
Jefferson, Hedgesville.
That's a nice.
Washington's teetering there. Spring Mills would be a long ways away of potentially doing so, but still not out of the possibilities.
Definitely not.
It's nice when the relays go because they sometimes get a teammate that maybe didn't qualify in one of their individuals, but they still qualify in the relay and get to go to states.
Surprised you're not down there right now.
Yeah, really.
This is the first time I'm trying to be impartial, but look at the lead here.
Washington.
And like I said,
followed by Hedgesville, Jefferson now, Musselman,
and so
Spring Mills.
And so what you're going to see in this one is you're going to see probably as soon as it's going to probably be pretty close to Todd until Lugo gets in the water.
Lugo's going to get in the water probably and change the dynamic.
Yes, but
because his teammates are keeping him close enough.
Yes, that's what you. If you're the Jefferson coach, that's what you're telling your what you're telling your swimmers.
That's right.
Braden over there making a lot of noise with his yoga balls.
Yeah, those are yoga balls, not
just for the record, in case somebody did pick that up on the mic. That's none of us 3 with lunchtime a couple hours ago. That is Braden.
Like I said, so here comes Lugo, and that's where you're going to see. That's where you're going to see quite the difference here. And
there goes Lugo. His dive took him halfway through the pool stand.
That's what I said.
That's how impressive.
He only took 4 strokes in the wall.
It's now Jefferson, Washington, Hedgesville, Musselman, Spring Mills. But you said if all 4 can stay under a
4 minutes,
4 minute mark,
we're pretty close to it. The 18th seeded team is about a 4:11, so you got to think that some of them will get faster or slower as time goes on. And look at this race for number 2 between Washington and Hedgesville. I mean, just great times. Hedgesville looks like Hedgesville almost pulled it out at the end with
Washington takes second.
Washington was ahead of that in that race most of it,
and then they put their closer in. I think Declan came in.
Yeah, they held it. It was a good swim for them.
And so now Hedgesville, about 3:49.96. That's going. you know, if that 3:49.96 does not go,
all under 4 minutes.
All under,
even Spring Mills, who
even Spring Mills at 4
was
minutes.
at 4:18.81 going into this at 4:33.
Yeah, so that would put them.
That's really good.
That is really good, and so that right now puts all 5 of them in the top 12 in the state. So
great race to end the day.
That was a great race to end the day, and
so Washington dropped. What did they drop? They dropped almost 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That's excellent.
So, and I'll tell you, on the girls' side, it looks like Fairmont Senior. They are the Region 2 champions, and the region runner-up. I don't know if I'm supposed to ruin this. They're going to do a trophy presentation in 20 minutes. That's going to say this, but you know what? If you're listening to the broadcast, you'll know. Fairmont Senior is the Region 2 champions. Spring Mills High School is the Region 2 runner-up with 94 points. In third place, you got Washington. Fourth place, you got Martinsburg. Fifth place, you got Jefferson. Sixth place, you got East Fairmont. Seventh place, you got Hedgesville. Eighth place, you got Musselman. Ninth place, you got North Marion. And 10th place, you got Hampshire.
There we go.
Do you, Colin, you want me to chase down a couple of swimmers and we can interview them? Or?
I think that would be good.
Sure, yeah.
Let me run down there and grab a few.
We'll take a few-minute break here while you do that. So let me find our timer here. Spencer, if you can just do let's do a 3-minute break so that we can get everybody up and down. So again, a 3-minute break, and then we'll come back with a few interviews before we officially wrap things up here from the Wellness Center.
When kids are small, we tend to spend most of our time saying no instead of yes. As our parents and grandparents age, we sometimes say no to visits instead of yes. Life can be overwhelming, and sometimes it's nice to say yes to making memories and starting a future. By playing the West Virginia Lottery, you're saying yes to tomorrow's leaders and today's seniors, and furthering the beauty of the Mountain State. When you play, you say yes to West Virginia.
Catch the excitement of high school basketball on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10, featuring the Eastern Panhandle Athletic Conference.
Barclay's got the steal all by himself. He'll go up for the two-handed slam dunk.
All 6 EPAC schools, regular season and postseason, live here.
Now over to Clark from 3, and that's through. LeClay Clark nails it.
To start the fourth quarter for Musselman. Slick now driving the right side, and it is rejected by foul.
Your home for local sports is right here on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV10.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
On the Sports Mix, you'll hear interviews with prestigious guests.
Since you had that reunion, do you have a favorite memory from that season, or maybe a funny story you'd like to share with our audience?
John Madden, the late great John Madden, came out to our practice on like Thursday. He turned to those guys and he said, "This game ain't going to be close. These guys are going to kill Buffalo."
Tune into the Sports Mix, weekdays from 12 to 1 on Talk Radio WRNR, FM 106.5, AM 740, TV10, and streaming live on the TV10 Facebook page.
Whether it's a strain, sprain, or fracture, WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine in Charlestown and Spring Mills now offers same-day appointments. No referral is needed unless required by your insurance carrier. WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine offers the exceptional care you expect for the injuries you don't. For same-day appointments at WVU Medicine Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, call 304-725-BONE.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Miller, as we get ready for a few interviews here, gonna swing everybody around here and
we're gonna
James, just
we're gonna do
introduce
the,
who we got here for us.
We got Sawyer Wright. He was the first one Mr. Risen ever picked for the interview, and we're going to ask a couple questions. So I guess you want me to do the asking, or you got it?
I'll let you start, and then I'll try to figure something out.
All right. So talk to me. What do you think? How do you think the meet went for you today?
I think it went pretty good overall. I dropped time on both of my races.
That's all. That's all you can really ask for. Now, Now I know the world's going to be wondering. All right, so as the relay that not only got DQ'd with a flinch, and a relay that got the diving board almost falling in on you, let's talk about the day with the relays today. So what do you think? What's going through your mind? Yeah, what was going through your mind during both of those times?
For the false start on the DQ, I couldn't really tell if it was a false start. To me, it just looked like he was readjusting his position for it. And then the block, I don't even know what happened.
I don't even think anybody really truly knows what was going on during that. But you're a freshman, correct?
Yeah.
So first time getting to be in a regional championship here. Plenty of years left for you. What are you most excited about your future?
I think I can drop like a ton of time by my senior year and make probably top 7 or 8 maybe.
All right.
By my senior year, and just like practice all the time.
So now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. He's the professional interviewer. I'm not.
I'm trying.
So
wouldn't go as far as professional just yet.
So for your 100 freestyle, so you were. How does it feel like as a freshman? You are. If the seeds went today and only you changed, you would be seeded 7th. On the top 6
there, where your goal.
Where you said your goal was. Where you said your goal was, and you said you could drop some more times. How does it feel as a freshman to be seated that high so soon? Whenever coming into the meet, I don't think you ever probably thought you would be. You would have been happy to get probably top 12. So let's talk about the excitement of being that.
I think it's pretty cool. I didn't think I was going to have that chance of being seated that high.
Well, that's what I said. So now, do you think you can get the magic medal, and you can show it home to your parents at that? Well, thank you, Sawyer, for coming on. I think that I think we'll take that. But it was a good swim today.
Yeah, appreciate the time, man. Congrats. I'll let you go, hang out now, get ready for the rest of your afternoon. But appreciate the time and have you swap out now and see who will be joined by now, or how many people will be joined by now, James.
Thank you.
Again, Sawyer. Thank you.
Sure, that's fine. You can interview as a pair, that's fine.
Alrighty, it looks like we got
a pair.
Nick Lugo is one. You want to get the
Go ahead, grab another one.
Second headset here is pulled it out. If get ready here and do our best. Both of you good?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear us? All right. Yes, sir. Nick, who do we have alongside? Can you introduce yourself for us, please?
This is Justin Gottlieb.
All right, Justin, nice to meet you guys. Great job today. What'd you like from your events that you guys got to do today?
I'm glad that I could PR and just stay in my head and race, and I'm glad that my teammates could step up and fill their role.
How about you, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, it's always like a nerve-wracking meet, a lot of high stakes going into regionals, and everyone did their role, everyone did the job that they're supposed to do, and everyone exceeded their expectations, so it's really exciting to see the entire team performing well and coming out here today. So.
Let's talk about your relays here for a second. So, first of all, we were just talking on the broadcast how that last heat of the guys' 400-yard freestyle relay, probably not only are all 5 of them probably going to go to states, but all 5 of them, I think 4 of the 5 are seated in the top 12. I think the Spring Mills might have been on the 12th or 13th. But talk about that 400-yard freestyle relay. Like, what were you thinking? Like, how close was it? Like, talk about that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely always a nerve-wracking meet for a nerve-wracking event, just because there's 400 meters of swimming. A lot can happen, a lot can change around. So it's always exciting though, especially when they got teammates like Nick out there. it's pretty comfortable swimming third leg, knowing I got someone that can finish it off. But I mean, a lot of great teams out there, a lot of great swimmers, a lot of great legs never swam. So it's nerve-wracking, but it's definitely one of the more exciting events, and so much can happen.
So do you? So on that relay, is you're like thinking going into that, like, okay, the first three of us just need to be even with everybody, and then we'll have Nick in there. Now, is that what your strategy is whenever you walk into that race? So what is the strategy?
Obviously, don't give away too much. Remember, you
Yeah, we told our teammates, just if you see somebody next to you, race them. Just don't pay attention. Like, thinking about your breathing, just go out and race, because we know that they could. We had a new swimmer, Chris Robbins, his first year swimming, and we were just hoping that he could step up. And
he's improved quite a lot since the beginning of the season to the next. All right, now for Nick. Also, whenever you swam your 200-yard freestyle today, you broke someone's record that's on the pool deck.
Yes, sir, Keegan Simmons.
Did you guys have a conversation whenever you broke that record? That was the question I asked on the broadcast. Did we have a conversation that happened there, or?
Yeah, when I was in the water, I stopped. He pointed at me, I pointed back at him. When I was walking around, I was like, "I'm coming for you," and he was like, he wants to see it. He's very supportive, and he's a great guy.
He is, yes. And then, of course, he also, I believe, said, as I said on the broadcast, you might have gotten the region record, but I still have the school record.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I'm going for.
I was about to say there's still a year left, but for you, Justin, being a senior, what's your plans now?
Yeah,
for college.
So I'm more of a track runner, to be honest. Swimming's kind of more like a cardio and conditioning sport for me. So next year I'll be running track in college, and that's just kind of the plans. And in college, I'm sure I'll swim as cross training like I've always done the last 4 years, and we'll see how that takes me. So.
Alrighty.
He's going to be modest. He's going to Columbia for running.
I know somebody at Columbia.
Yeah.
So
Really?
yeah.
It's exciting.
Yeah. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for coming
Appreciate
on.
the time,
thank you
guys.
for giving us the time.
All right, we'll switch out now. Get a few more swimmers in here. It looks like 2 more joining us again here, James.
All right. Do we want both, or do you want to do?
We can do both.
All right, that works.
We'll figure it out.
I'm pretty flexible.
Do you want to share the seat?
Yeah.
Do you actually want to share a seat? On a video, though? Well, I can hear.
We're not. I mean, we're live right now when you're questioning it, but you're not on camera right now. But your voice will still be out everywhere on YouTube and TV10 right now. But can you guys just both introduce yourselves for us right now?
I am Lily Reisner. I'm from Martinsburg.
And I'm Cassidy Driver. I'm from Spring Mills.
All right, so let's just talk about what you guys thought of both of your performances today and what you enjoyed about the swim meet.
I went in feeling really good, actually. I swam my 200 IM, and I swam a 225, and I was seated at like a 233. But my 100 backstroke, I also swam a really good time. I think I swam better than I thought I was going to do. I was seated at a 107, and I swam a 104. So,
awesome.
And our relays did really good, too.
How about you?
I went in feeling pretty confident. I kind of just, put my head to it, and it's the last regional, so I wanted to do the best I could. I was 0.02 seconds off of my personal best in the 200 freestyle from sophomore year, and I dropped about 2 seconds from my personal best. Also, sophomore year in my 100 backside, this year I went a 103.72. Previously, I was at a 105.10, so I'm pretty proud of my accomplishments today.
200ths of a second. You missed it. You missed your personal record by 200ths of a second. So that means you have work to do.
Yes.
Between now and the next time. Now let's talk about the 400-yard freestyle relay especially for Martinsburg. I was calling it with your dad. I was calling it with you up here, and it was really close. Was there were you kind of worried at the end that one, or talk about what you were kind of thinking, with the whole relay as a whole? Were you, because it was a little bit closer than probably maybe people expected to be, but that's just the thing about regionals.
Both of the third legs of that, both Washington and Martinsburg, were super, super close. So coming in, I just knew that I had to really, really push it. So that's what I did. I was nervous. I definitely was nervous. The fourth leg of the Washington swim team, she's really fast. Her and I have always had some competition. So, she pushes me, I push her. So I was a little nervous, but I just, did the best I could. And but I'm super, super proud of my relay team. They've stepped it up I mean, crazy this year. I'm super lucky to be going to states with the girls relay team.
They must have been like, okay, Lily is a senior, and we need to really step it up, right? And then not only are we going to step it up, but talk about not only to step it up with the people in Martinsburg, but apparently there are people from outside of the country that are swimming on your team.
Oh yeah, Peppy, she's from the Czech. We love her. So she's a swimmer in the Czech, but this is obviously her exchange year in America, and she's dropped a lot of time, and she's helped us out tremendously from, raising team spirit to everything in the water. So she's such an asset to our relay team for sure.
And Cassidy, so I think at the Eastern Panhandle Championships, if I remember correctly, was there something different between the relays of Spring Mills that happened at the Eastern Panhandle Championships than maybe in the Region 2 Championships?
Yeah, so in our medley, sorry. Yeah, I switched to, I've been swimming backstroke in our relay the whole entire season. Last year I swam breaststroke, but I think backstroke's doing it for me more this year.
Mm-hmm. Now, was that the one where the relays DQ'd in the...
Yeah, our relays last weekend got DQ'd, our freestyle relay, because of an early go, but this week I think we did good. We did really good.
Now, did you guys focus on that? So was that like something like that was going through your head, like, we had to make sure that we don't have any early takeoffs, or were we like, it's just business as normal, it was just a bad meet?
Well, all week we've been changing our starts. We went over it so many times, and we just kept running through, and we changed our people around so that there was no chance of kind of getting disqualified. So the person that got us disqualified last weekend, we put her first, so there was no chance in that happening again. So I think we pulled it out and did good.
I think so. I think that went well. Now let's talk about. So you've been swimming breaststroke. You and I think Emily, right? Emily, how do you say your last name? I don't know if we've messed it up.
I think it's
Peretti. Oh gosh, we did not say it right all
I don't know. We tried.
We tried.
Yeah, nobody can pronounce it.
So you and her for the breaststroke, it's been like you guys have been like neck to neck, and you probably thought like this was going to be the meet that you guys would be swimming neck to neck, and then backstroke.
Well, all season I've been swimming breaststroke, and it hasn't really been doing it for me like it was last year. And now that we do have Emily, I talked to Coach Daniel, and we were like, if we can send more girls to states, we could probably send, like, Emily can send the 100 breaststroke, and I could send the 100 backstroke. So he was like, I like you in backstroke, so I swam backstroke, and it went well. And Emily's sending breaststroke, and I'm sending backstroke. So
awesome. Well, I think I think both of you did great, and the relays did great, and luckily you weren't the ones that had the diving board fall on you. So
that's true. Both of you are seniors. What are your plans?
I'm gonna attend Fairmont State University and swim there. So.
I'm headed to WVU, majoring in journalism with a minor in sports media, sports communications, and I'm just going to swim for the club team.
Sounds like you're coming after my job.
Maybe I won't be.
Congratulations to both of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you for joining us.
Well,
Do we have anybody else, or it looks like I think we're wrapped up here, James. So, appreciate you coming on for another year.
No problem.
Joining us. So.
I appreciate having you. I hope the parents don't want to talk to me after I gave the coach's view. So it's always good. It's always a pleasure to come out here.
Always great to have a coach's perspective. So appreciate your time and appreciate everybody's time. We're going to sign off now, and everybody have a great rest of your weekend. This has been the West Virginia Region 2 Swimming Championships on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
And this concludes our coverage for the West Virginia Region 2 High School Swimming Championship. Thank you for tuning in, and as always, you can tune in right here on TV10 for live coverage of local sports all year long. All rights reserved.